Ladies and gentlemen, this is the final game of the 137th Open Championship. On the tee from Ireland, the defending champion, Padraig Harrington.
Padraig Harrington's probably hit more irons off the tees this week than anyone else. I'm sure there's been loads of Irish people flooding over to support him today. We're not far from Ireland.
On the tee from Australia, Greg Norman.
Change of tactics. Iron off the tee. Driver yesterday. Now then. I wonder. Nasty kick of Harrington's just took him into the light rough.
Norman with the iron. You can cut the atmosphere with a knife right now.
Starting left. The roars and the wind bring it back. Greg Norman splitting the first fairway.
And what a beautiful opening shot from Norman. And if his nerves do want settling at all, and I'm sure they do, that was as good a shot as you could have to open up with. Just saw a picture there of Brian Morgan, the great photographer, wearing his kilt as usual. Been to so many of the Open Championships, taking great pictures of the course and the winners and the spectators. And it'll all happen again over the next few hours.
Just that win Turnberry in 1986. Similar weather then to the weather we've had this week, but a couple of decades and more ago. The body is still fit though, the heart's still strong. Go on, Sharky.
If you were a betting man, Mark, what do you think the outcome may be? You can even have a playoff if you like.
Well, it's a tough one, isn't it? I don't know, I can't quite fancy Anthony Kim. Maybe Harrington. Kim or Harrington for me. You, Peter?
Well, my heart says Norman, my head says Harrington.
Simon Wakefield. Save par at the first. Well, he's not the first to bogey this very difficult opening hole, but a shot gone, slips back to 6.
Well, because all that does is make Norman's task a little easier. Now, if Choi were to miss this, eased the way for Norman. He doesn't know all this yet, but if he can get a 4 here, it'll be a very nice opening. And can you afford to give Greg Norman a 3 or 4 shot start over 17 holes.
There's Ben Curtis at the second. We saw him bogey the first. He's going to have a chance. He's going to have to play the remaining holes under par, I would have thought. That's a beauty. Oh my goodness. Get in. Oh. Oh. Didn't have any problem with that one. Birdie to birdie.
Grouse season begins next month.
Joy for par, just a bit off the left.
He's got a good view of the green, Padraig Harrington. Just ambling off the fairway with his tee shot.
I think the rough just grabbed that a bit short, fairly lush. It may have just been sitting down a bit. That ball didn't come out very hard at all.
.208 yards left for Greg Norman. This is such a difficult first hole. Wind almost seeming to get stronger right now. That's what it did yesterday. I'm not sure if it's going to do the same today, but strong into the face off the left-hand side. Greg Norman's got a 4-iron. He has to catch all of this. Seems to have played a lot longer than what you expect.
Doesn't want to let it go way to the right. Front left corner of the green would be an ideal line.
I did wrong.
Going right a bit. Yes, finds the sand.
He looked quite unsettled though. He was over the ball for a long time.
I thought he was going to start again actually when he drew the club away from the ball, and then he went onto it and hit it. But,
and to Ross Fisher for birdie at the second. See if you can roll one in. Steady start for Ross Fisher. Couple of pars.
That was a little punch 3-iron for KJ from 174 yards.
Two matches ahead of them, Norin and Kim. They've started with steady pars, so they're hanging tough. Robert Allenby as well, he's level for the day. A few matches ahead of that. This is Simon Wakefield.
Good tee shot here from Wakefield, 5-iron from 159.
Some great shots coming in at the second. Curtis and Choi, and now Wakefield looking to get the one back he dropped at the first.
So it's all underway, and what a exciting start for the final group. The atmosphere around the first, even through our television screens, very apparent. I wonder if Greg Norman has considered what's involved with winning this. He'd be asked to play an awful lot over the next year if he does win it. Always great demands made on an Open champion, or a major champion of any description, really. And of course, give him exemption at Augusta for the next few years to play in the Masters. I'm sure he'd want to do that. One of the big blots on his copybook, as far as he's concerned, is he hasn't got a green jacket. Harrington, the bookie's favourite, I think, going into this final round. Not least of which because of his abilities around the green. As he demonstrates at the first. So the birdie to start with. Reminiscent of the chip that he hit into the 72nd hole last year to get into the playoff. Superb. Rock solid forward to start with from the defending champion, 2 behind Norman, who's in the greenside bunker. All sorts of problems for those a bit further along the course. These windy conditions taking their toll all over the place. Doesn't look too bad a lie for Norman. Here. Henrik Stenson, having dropped a shot at the first, has parred his way through the next 3 holes. So he's only at 9 over. Alexander Norum and Anthony Kim have both both parred the first 3. They're both at 7 over. Ben Curtis also at 7 over, so nearly holding his second shot. Remember, he held his second for an eagle at the 3rd yesterday. Davis Love has dropped 4 shots in the first 6 holes. He's now at 13 over. Garcia, having dropped a shot at the first, has parred his way through the first 7. He's still just at 10 over. Justin Leonard has had a birdie at the 8th. He's only 1 over today at 11 over, playing with Todd Hamilton, who's 12 over. Adam Scott, 3 over today after 13. 14 over par. Steve Names, renowned bad weather player, is only 1 over today after 14. That's 12 in all. Paul Casey, we were watching earlier, who was hitting some lovely links type shots. 3 over after 14 and 15 over par. Colin Montgomery, 17 over par, 5 over today. Thomas Sherrard still at 17 over, playing the 17th, 20-year-old amateur. Stuart Appleby has finished with a 75, 17 over par for the championship, playing with Freddie Jacobsen, who had a 72, 14 over.
Already a very important putt for Norman on the first hole. This is safe par.
And he... What an effort. But a bogey will go in the cards, and within 1 hole, his lead is halved. Just 1 clear of his playing partner.
Some comfort in the fact that the first hole is the 2nd hardest hole on the course, Mark. So, and occasionally a bogey on the first can spark you up a little.
Yes, it's certainly not totally unexpected you bogey the first, as we join Choi at the 2nd. Good, 2 good solid shots up here. 6th, of course, the toughest hole on the course. 17 the easiest, 8 the 2nd easiest. But they'll all be getting harder and harder for these boys. Pressure building up to an incredible level of intensity towards the end of an Open Championship.
Simon Wakefield playing with KJ Choi. What a second to hit in here. That's a weak putt. Dropped the shot at the first. Well, it's a par perhaps to steady things. Still alone in 4th place, 6 over for the championship.
Norman still leads. Bogey at the first, but he's +3. Harrington saved par at the first. One behind Choi. Choi and Wakefield both starting with slightly edgy bogeys. This is Harrington, second tee.
This tee is still 20 yards forward, just like it was yesterday. To help these players, it's off the right-hand side and quite strong into their face.
Break from Harrington, just getting through the heavier rough. There we have moved the tee up probably, what's that, 15 to 20 yards from the back. In the first round, some of the players struggling to reach this green in 2.
You know, guys, the wind seems to be getting stronger. I'm not sure what the forecast was, but it's very difficult right now.
Well, the
Greg
forecast...
Norman.
Sorry, Phil, I was just going to say the forecast is about 25 miles an hour, gusting into the low 40s. So, as you say, Phil, it's probably getting up towards its peak between now and 4 o'clock, I think the forecast is.
Yeah, this is very tough right now. It's a difficult tee shot.
Why, that's another Boolawira Boolagong day. What's that place, Wayne, where the trees grow to 4 inches high and...
Warrnambool, and they grow sideways. Greg's hit it to the wrong flag there.
He's trying to take out the Irish supporters.
Well, that could be a lengthy process today as Fisher putts for a par on the 3rd.
Solid start, continues, 3 pars. Playing with Ben Curtis. Oh, he's blown all over the place there. That was ugly. Dropped a shot at the first, birdied the second. One's going here.
Thought he was going to pick it up and go home. The way he just bent down there. Go. I can see him from here. The ships are coming.
Paul Casey, he's up at 15. This is his 3rd to the par 5. He's been doing okay. Oh, I don't believe it. Well, that'll brighten up your scorecard. That's the 9th eagle of the week on this monster of a course. We'll get him back to +1 for the day, 13 for the tournament, championship. Currently in 26th position.
There's a keen battle for the silver medal between 2 20-year-old Englishmen. This is Sherrard. Oh my goodness me, and in! That'll get them going. So many Justin Rose moments. We saw Chris Wood doing it at the 18th, and right back at you from Tom Sherrard, and that'll tidy the round up.
I want to see his birth certificate if he's 20 years old. What a great moment.
15 over. Chris Wood 9 over, but he's just playing the 6th hole at the moment, so Chris Wood with much to do.
We followed Allenby for a little bit. He's just made 7 on the par 4 6th, toughest hole on the course. So he's slipped back. Great moment for the young amateur. Back to the shark.
Parky, what's the lie like, mate?
Yeah, he got lucky. He was far enough left to go pretty much where the crowd have been, so it's all trampled down and he's got a very clean lie. Greg's got 157 yards to go and Harrington just missing the fairway, 20 yards closer. but he's got a good lie as well. The whole location today is fairly friendly. Just 18 yards on, 6 from the left-hand side, almost middle of the green.
Enormous galleries out here following players around in this final, or this final pairing. Greg Norman. Just to the left of that bunker in the middle of your screen, on the left-hand edge of that is where he'll be aiming. Couple of nervous shots to start with today, Mark.
Yeah, the worst thing about that was get in the hole in a British accent.
It's interesting though, the thought process must change. Today's a very different environment for him, one that he hasn't been in for a long time. The previous 3 days he was playing relaxed golf, no pressure, nothing to lose, just having a bit of fun, but I'm not saying that it's fun today.
Certainly not the word I would use. It can be enjoyable, but not quite fun.
That was a strange choice of club for Norman. He's been hitting plenty of club up until today, but went with a 6-iron. Didn't think he could get there. Harrington 20 yards closer, also 6-iron.
A lovely shot, low, punched, safely right of the flag. A really good start now from Harrington. Great save at the first and fine iron into the second. Loads of dunes round this Birkdale course. Great places to watch the golf from. Don't need as many stands around the interior of the course as some venues.
Graham Storm off ahead at the 5th. We'll get his first 2 holes. One in the back. Back to 9 over for the championship. Gold dust birdies today.
4th hole, par 3. Ross Fisher. 4-iron. Wind hard off the left. Added to the elevation of the tee, just leaves the ball so exposed while it's at its peak. And it's not the first person we've seen over there. It's been a long time since Greg's been in this position, Mark, but the number of people inside the ropes might surprise him today as to when he won last time.
Yes, I guess sort of TV companies all around the world want someone inside the ropes, and on-course commentators and marshals, referees. It all adds up, but they do their best to stay out of the way.
This is the kind of shot that Norman's been playing incredibly well all week. We saw it on the last hole yesterday, almost chipped it in. He's got a really crisp lie. Almost fancy his chances on this one.
Well, that's a bold call, Philip.
Well, it is going to break from left to right and it's fairly fast, but he's got such a good touch this week.
Not bad. And this 4.5 footer Norman has left will tell us a lot about how he's feeling.
It's not just that he's 53, it's that he's a businessman who plays just a bit of golf. He's golf course design, turf management, clothing, wine, restaurants, livestock production company. I think he owns a couple of small Central American republics. He's a hugely successful businessman. That's what takes up his time now. And he plays a bit of golf. That's what makes this week so remarkable.
Yeah, you see his wine all over in the States, everywhere. I haven't tried it, a little out of my price range.
KJ Choi on the third. Break from his right to left, up the hill. He did KJ. Had the line.
Well, this is only the second hole. Harrington started 2 shots back, and if he holds this for a birdie, he's tied for the lead. Uphill putt.
Gave it every chance. Tongue sticking out and the eyes burning. He plays with a furious intensity. Wonderful to see his will to win is second to none. They talk about tigers, but Padraig Harrington is one of the hardest workers and fiercest competitors around.
The thing I liked about that, though, is the first 2 holes he's got the pace of the greens pretty well down, which is always an important way to start.
Absolutely right, Wayne. He suddenly looks very much at home. Simon Wakefield for birdie on the third. Even 1 over for the day. Anthony Kim up ahead has tied the 4th. He remains +7.
This is a nasty little putt here. It's downhill, slightly moving from the right-hand side. This to save par, to keep a 1-shot lead.
It's over 20 years since Bob Tway held a bunker shot to take the USPGA. Larry Mize chipped in at Augusta, handed the 84 US Open to Fuzzy Zeller. The wounds have healed, but you wonder how much of the scar tissue remains.
Wakefield for par. Only 2 shots back now. Finished overnight at 5 over. Wonder if he had a nice night's sleep.
Well, after a clumsy pitch, this is for Ross for his par 3.
Well, no heroics, just legged it up. It was a long putt. There we are, Norman and Harrington tied for the lead. Norman couple over after 2. Harrington steady as a rock. Choi lurking. Wakefield 1 behind Choi. Kim and Fisher looking dangerous, both level par. A lot of guys here holding fairly steady. David Howell, that lovely 67, now moving into the top 20. Not too much happening, they're all struggling, dropping shots. Casey only 1 over for the day. Mickelson in, decent round. These guys look to be too far back now. Adam Scott not having a good day, and Retief Goosen all gone AWOL for him over the first 8.
Players have walked back about 100 yards to this elevated 3rd tee.
Yeah, and the wind fairly strong off the left-hand side, helping just a little bit. Padraig going with an iron.
Is it more across than the other days, Phil?
Well, you know, yesterday throughout the day it started changing. As they finished, it was a very similar direction to this. But the previous 2 days, this was straight downwind, but it's a lot more difficult now.
Well, they see club speed, ball speed, usually 1.5 times approximately of the club speed. And he goes It's about 30 yards high with a long iron.
Well, I suppose you could say that there's maybe a little bit of pressure off Greg Norman now. That you got 2-shot lead, you feel as though you got to protect it. Now it's gone. Maybe start swinging freely. Also going with the iron.
Heard it land. I wouldn't panic too much about Greg's start yet. There's not one player in this field that is not going to have a patch or a struggling period throughout this day.
KJ at the 4th. Hard left to right wind. Fixes it with a solid stayer. A lot of players come up short here over the 4 days.
Chris Wood, what a week he's having. 1 over today. This is the 7th tee. Pin today fairly accessible, left-hand side. Oh, and a lovely shot. This boy is looking tremendous. I think he needs to stay near the phone next week.
Hearing as we look down in the 4th that somebody's been smacked by a golf ball, but Simon Wakefield has seen that everything's okay. Right on the bonds. Oh, Claire Balding checking that she's fine. There you go, yeah.
Well, the bloke who was hit looks a hardy soul. Maureen's down there.
Well, you know, Mark, I was up on the tee when the shots were hit, and Wakefield's balled. I believed it had ricocheted off the grandstand because it came back so much to the left. I was a bit alarmed when I got down here and found it actually ricocheted off a person.
I worried if his head's making a metal sound. He looks to be okay. Always worrying when someone gets hit on the head, but he's fine. Claire Balding's seen to that.
Well, he got hit on the head and then people stood in front of him so he can't watch the rest of the hole. That was a double whammy. This is Thomas Sherrod on 18 after that magnificent eagle on 17.
What a way to finish.
Oh, brilliant, brilliant. Oh, what a week for him. I don't know if that was a birdie or a par. Either way, well done. He'll remember this week, regardless of what he does in the pro ranks if he turns pro. Oh, and it was an eagle birdie finish. Round of 72, plus 14, and that'll be not far off the top 20 at the end of the day. Brilliant stuff.
All the way through regional qualifying, final qualifying to the 72nd hole. He set a target for Chris Wood to try and match for the leading amateur the silver medal.
We go back to Chris Wood on the 7th for a birdie on this par 3. He will now know, or he'll know shortly, just what the target is, which in itself could put a little bit more pressure on him. String bean of a man. What a two. Great two. Back to 8 over. In the top of the 6th. Both those last golf shots were live, as are most things here at BBC.
Wasted time watching a rerun from turn number 86. There goes Norman smashing out of the rough, and that really tugged at the club and turned it over to the left.
Padraig Harrington, the same distance that Greg Norman was, 195 yards remaining, but a lot better lie. Not the best of angles though. There's a trap front right. Has to be very careful of that if he wants to take on this whole location. Strong wind from the left hand side, he'll have to use the breeze. Going with an 8 iron.
Sandy thud.
Sergio Garcia, this is the 9th fairway. I'm guessing his second shot. No need to guess there. Pin on the right today. It's opened up the position. Nicely played. Oh yeah. Beautifully done. Holds that, but they'll get him out in 34. We've got +9, so not totally out of it, but we need some fireworks from Sergio on the back 9. I don't think you want to be more than +7 at the end of the day. Still got a chance.
After a little bit of a helping hand from someone's skull, this is his second shot. Wakefield on 4. Come on, get there, get there, get there. Par 3 with an assist.
Yes, an iffy start, but he's now heading in the right direction.
Sure, he'll give that guy his golf ball. It's the least he can do.
I hope he doesn't throw it at him. It could be.
Oh, he just spat on it. Oh, come on. Don't give it to him now.
Sergio after that. Beautifully controlled shot into the 9th green. Oh my goodness me. Wasn't pretty. He's breathing hard. 1 bogey, 1 birdie, level par to the turn. 9 over for Garcia. That's him just into the top 10. You can see those leaders at the top now. Norman and Harrington tied, both in a bit of bother at the 3rd. And Garcia's name creeping onto the bottom of that first page. All the way down there. David Howell in with a 67. How a good score can move you up today. Ernie L 69, too late for giant South African.
This is going to release once it hits the green quite a bit for Norman. Won't get a lot of spin on this shot. Have to land it towards the front of the green.
Nicely done. Great if we could make that for a settler.
Yes, the one thing you don't want though is a succession of settlers.
Not at all.
No, I don't know what sort of lie Harrington's got in that front trap. It plunged straight in. Philip?
Yeah, he's got a decent lie, but his stance is very awkward. I suppose the good thing is that he doesn't have to hit it very hard, so he should be able to still keep a good balance. 23-yard bunker shot this one.
Well, the lies are right. The stance is a bit suspect, to say the least. He's very close to having to put both feet outside the bunker here. Well, if he does that, he's risking a J. Arthur.
even better than he expected it to. Very nice shot. But both players got some work to do to save their fours here on the third hole. Greg Norman started the day 2 shots in front, trying to become the oldest major champion winner in the history of golf. 53 years, 5 months and 10 days he'd be. Previous oldest, or the oldest at the moment, is Julius Boros, who won the 1968 PGA. 48 years old.
Ben Curtis. Birdie at the 5th. And with Ross Fisher, who missed his birdie putt. Curtis. If Harrington and Norman were to drop another, well, a whole host of other players are gradually creeping back into this, and Ben Curtis is one of them.
As high as the scores have been over the last couple of days, it's still been enthralling golf. There's been excitement. Mark James has taken a break. Sam, what about the start of this final round?
Well, to be expected with Greg, but he's got a huge putt on the 3rd, as is Padraig. But I think Greg's just to settle him down, a 7-footer for par. First of all, defending champion.
Putting uphill into the wind, and they've only cut the greens just once this morning, so this should be a very slow putt.
He's very strong. He's very, very strong. He knows what he's doing.
Just added a touch more pressure to this par putt for Norman.
Just a little bit of movement from the right-hand side. Not a lot. This to save par.
No, it's not happening for Greg. 3 bogeys to start. It's a poor start. Harrington's had a strong one. 4-4-4. Padraig Harrington leads the Open on his own. It's all tight now. Garcia +9 after 9. He's not out of it. There's a lot of people back into it. 4 over par leads. There you see it. Norman 5, Wakefield and Choi 6. Anthony Kim, the young star from America, started with 5 pars. Chris Wood, the amateur, isn't he having a great week? Blank 6th in the Open. Simon Wakefield off to a good start.
Friendly slope behind the flag here for Wakefield. Little 7-iron.
Beautiful shot for Wakefield. For a birdie to get within 1.
Slightly more difficult angle here for KJ Choi, coming across the bunkers and across the slope, and it's really howling out here now.
Low punch from Choi. That's a good one also. Bunker's a little bit deceptive. It's a good 10-yard short of the green, so from looking from the players' aspect, it looks like it's in play, but they know it's not. 2 fine shots from Choi and Wakefield.
Amateur Wood on the 8th hole, 2nd shot. Coming off a birdie at 7, even par for his round. And another good shot. Is that skinny? The wind can't touch him.
Great finish from the other amateur. Shearer, 72.
The Eagle.
Harrington going with the 4-iron on the 4th.
Wonderful shot there from Harrington, really putting the pressure on the shark. Ken Brown's finished fluffing around over there. You're right to start, mate.
Fully organised. Almost idyllic start for Harrington. A few problems for Greg Norman.
Harrington made that look such an easy shot, and I can promise you it isn't. Pretty much 200 yards into the wind, strong off the left-hand side. Norman also going with a 4-iron.
Shy, but first green he's hit. Old experienced caddy there, Lynn Strickler. He'll settle him down throughout the round, talk him through it.
Well, I've just got my fingers crossed for Greg Norman. He has slightly the look about him that he had when he was up against Nick Faldo at Augusta in 1996. Intense. Choi there for a birdie. Dropped 2 shots in the first 4 holes. A long way off target from that range. It's funny how things happen differently on a Sunday. It's looked so good on the greens up until now. One of his major goals this year, or not major, one of his big goals was to win a major championship. The other was to get into the top 10 in the world rankings. Just outside at the moment. He has, of course, been in top 10.
Back to Evan Wakefield, this for birdie.
Well, Choi's just missed his birdie attempt. He's neither got line nor length right on the opening 5 greens, but this is a great opportunity for Wakefield.
Well done, Simon. His uncle, you might know, is Bob Taylor, the former wicketkeeper for England. Excellent start, level par, 1 behind. 1 behind in the open. Wow. Things these young kids just dream about. There he is, it's reality. Help.
Well, KJ's missed a couple of these already, and his approach putt here didn't frighten the hole. Putting into his shadow, but he'll have seen from Wakefield nothing in this putt whatsoever.
Oh, KJ, come on. Okay, the shark for a birdie.
He walked onto this green, everyone shouting encouragement for Norman. Right to left and then left to right at the hole.
Christopher Wood for his birdie. Stays at 8 over as he started. Birdie, 1 bogey.
There was the input, the couple over, plus 10. No, Harrington. Just to extend his lead.
And he had a good look at what Norman's putt did.
He's come up on it a little quick there and pulled it. 4 pars running for Harrington. He stays 1 clear of the field, which is bunching up behind him.
Certainly the best start to the golf course of any of the leaders.
Casey, eagle at 15, birdie at 17. He's making a lovely fist of this back 9. Even par for the day, plus 12, like 17th.
Shark for his first par of the day. Well done, mate. Okay. Short par for 5th coming up.
The 18th and Colin Montgomery. Par putt. .76 for Colin Montgomery. Just the 1 birdie on the card. And a funny old week. 73, 75, 74 yesterday, 76 today. Plus 18. Slip back to the 5th tee, little sheltered area. Yards, wind into off the right and just play to the corner of the dogleg. 220 yards. If you hit it any further than that, there's a chance you run through the corner of the dogleg. Fairway sort of 20 yards wide, and the hole turns to the right. The pin on the front of the green in a much more accessible position. I think if we hadn't had the winds, probably the front pin wouldn't have been used, but it does give you half a chance. It was yesterday in this hole where Greg Norman from 121 yards away and hit a
little 5
iron. That's how long it was playing.
Got Phil all excited, didn't it, Phil?
Oh yeah, it was a wonderful shot, and that's why I was surprised when he got to the second today. He was hitting a full shot into the wind, which he didn't do at all yesterday. So hopefully he'll settle down a little bit and start playing shots just the same as he did in that great round of golf he did yesterday. Now Harrington into the breeze.
A little right. It's a good kick. Yeah, perfection. Perfection from Harrington.
We saw yesterday how aggressive Greg Norman was off the tee, hitting a driver probably more than any other player I've seen all week. And here he is again with the driver.
Greg's got to take this over the corner of that hill with driver. Then he's shaping the ball a little left to right all week, which should be perfect because the breeze is into his face and off the right. Good sign. Sit out, stay in the fairway. It's looking all right, but always would prefer it to be just in the fairway so you lose control of the ball with a possible flyer.
Norman's hit of the leading players the fewest number of fairways, only hitting about 4 out of 10 of them. Paul Eales is with this match.
Well, the wind's changed on this 6th hole. It's more right to left for the second shot rather than straight into, and Ross Fisher burst his 3-iron through the back of the green. He's now got a very, very awkward chip shot for a birdie 3. 1 over for his round and 8 over for the championship. From the Wentworth Club, very proud, came through the academy there. Nice soft hands here needed.
Just carried the bank he was trying to hit it into there. It was a tough one.
Paul Casey, final hole.
Get up.
Not bad there from Casey.
Really one of those rounds that might have been for Paul Casey. In fact, it's been a bit of the story of the week for him, really. He's played some astonishingly good golf without really getting the reward. So there he'll finish with a top 20 there. So interesting flag on the 5th, right at the front in a little bowl there, and provided you hit a good tee shot, it's very accessible. Definitely the birdie chance. There's a bit of a backstop behind it. By bunkers all around. Tremendous viewing course. Banks all around and filled with spectators.
Back down this 5th fairway, Padraig Harrington will be first to play.
What do you think? 28. What? 100 cards. No, what's the carry in? 90 carries that trap. 84 carries the trap. Yeah. Happy? Straight in? Yes.
Make it a total of 100 to the flag. Into a strong wind, and he's going with an 8-iron, so he's going to play a nice little knockdown shot, controlled half swing. I was just going to say it's difficult to actually get the pace right here because that bunker that's 10 yards short of the green allows him to only see half of the flag.
Not great from Harrington. That's a really, really tough putt from there. We saw Crenn tossing the balls up the bank, so it's very quick from just behind the hole. He'll struggle to get that down in 2 there. Poor one.
Second shot, 9, Poulter. Playing with the amateur Chris Wood.
Oh, come on, very good.
Poulter 2 over today, 10 over for the championship. There's a chance here for Greg. Ken?
Back footer, just keep it under the breeze. It's nice. Well, it might hop forward from there.
It's all right though, at least he's on the same level.
I always remember Tom Watson saying that the person he feared the most in the final round was himself. It was a battle against yourself.
Yes, and unfortunately Greg has a history of leading into the major championships in the last round, and he's only won 2 as we go forward to the 9th.
Chris Wood.
Sorry.
Chris Wood, second shot at 9.
Good tee shot. Release. Oh, look at this shot. Come on. We saw him chip in at 18. He damn near hold his second shot at 9. What a day he's having.
Now this is Fisher for his par at 6 after pitching from through the back of the green. Over par, tied for 8th, which made the cut. 9 over par after Friday.
Amazing, isn't it? Just looking at Ross Fisher's card. He's not had a birdie on the front line all week. That's a real figure. Yet he's only 5 behind. Not a golf yet to be played.
Ben Curtis on the same hole for par. He's the one that started 7-6 in the first day, 5 over after 2. He's now 8 over and lying 5th.
Grandstand starting to fill here at Royal Birkdale. Now Harrington, very difficult putt, about 15 feet in front of him. He'll turn a little left, straight downhill fast. Very well judged. Just used the weight of the ball, take it down the green. Excellent touch there from Harrington.
Brian Morgan, a very famous golf photographer, in the kilt. Opportunity missed for Norman. Despite a 3-bogey start, he's still just 1 behind.
He was 3 over yesterday after 5 as well, Ken. Shot a great 72. If he shoots 72 today, he won't be far away. Harrington tapped in for his par. They will carry on to the toughest hole in the course, the 6th. Big test for both of them, this one.
Poulter for a 3 at the 9th. IP finds the cut. +9. Out 35.
This is Wood for birdie on 9. It's to take him out in 33, 1 under par. Well done, 7 over. Look at that.
Harrington +4, Simon Wakefield, Greg Norman 1 behind. What a great birdie that was at the 9th for Chris Wood, +7. Anthony Kim going along steadily. Dropped a stroke at number 6, par the 7th.
Little bump and run up here for Wakefield's 3rd.
Very nicely, Timon. He's not won on tour, he won on the Challenge Tour. And last year he lost in the playoff to Johnny Walker to Mark Warren at Glen Eagles, so he's had a taste of it.
Harrington going with a 9 again off that 6th hole.
What's the difference there, Phil? This today, taking an iron, they seem to be getting to the end of the fairway as the tee's up, the wind from a different direction.
Well, the tee's up 10 yards, which it was yesterday, and the wind's helping a lot more than it has been. It's been basically from the right-hand side, but now it's helping off the right. And Norman now going with the driver, he will have to take on that right-hand trap.
So what's he got, about 265 over that bunker? 270?
Yeah, it's 265 to reach it, and so to carry, you probably want
275 or so.
Yeah.
This is the bunker that they're worried about here on the. He's got to hit it over the centre of that to find the fairway.
I don't think it'll stay in the fairway. It cuts so sharply right over the trap that with that thick rough on the left, unless he can hit an enormous one, I think he has to get out by that path on the right to get on the fairway.
465 he's had on this hole.
I think this driver's going to go through the fairway.
Going a bit left.
It's just poor choice there, Wayne, wasn't it? Just a bad decision. I mean, he's in a position there now, he'll be lucky to get it out.
You got it?
All going wrong for Gregory, I'm afraid.
KJ.
Short game problems for KJ. A weak chip for his third from the back of the green. Now downhill putt. Off the right, but winds off the left.
And don't they always turn just after they get to the hole? That ball's almost left of the hole and it missed the right edge. Another bogey for Choi. He's now 4 over for the day, plus 8. Struggling.
Fisher. That's for birdie. Oh, just a little bit more oomph. 2 over for his round, 9 over for the championship, Fisher. A couple of weeks ago, so still riding some good momentum.
Well, Wakefield is beginning to look very relaxed out in this arena. Can afford to be aggressive back up the hill.
Just seemed to cut across that putt a little bit. It's going to turn a bit from right to left, never 6 inches. Striding up behind, Greg Norman. He's not going to be too happy when he sees his ball, because that, you know, the marshal saw where it went, wasn't too easy to find. Let's see where they finished. Norman's tee shot 307 yards, but as Sam said, it always had a chance of running through the fairway with that wind whistling across from the right. Harrington, perfect spot. So far he's aimed and executed well all his shots. 212 to the pin for Harrington.
Yeah, so Harrington perfect, but Norman's lie is horrific. He's a big, strong guy and he needs all his strength just to get this one back on the fairway.
I'm coming here all day, lads. Come on. Come on, down in front.
You hear the Irishman in the background. Ah, come on, lads, we can be here all day. Great crowds following this last group, as always at the British Open. Huge crowds all week. This wonderful, wonderful venue.
That or 4 with 3, I think it's win the battle. I think with 3.
Course just set up absolutely beautiful by Chris Whittle, the greenkeeper. Used to be at Muirfield, done 3 opens, so he knows what he's doing. And it's certainly been showed this week. Course absolutely immaculate. Not one complaint from the players or anyone.
Well, a fabulous sky, isn't it? If only I could paint like Edward Seago.
Harrington going with a 3-iron. Wind off the right-hand side, slightly into.
It's pretty good from Harrington. Flag is only 18 yards on, so he's about 55 feet away, and that was Norman just slashing it out of the rough as he got it in play. With his double bogeying, he went from rough on the left to rough on the right. Parky, where did that go?
He just missed the heavy rough on the right-hand side. Still in the semi. His lie is pretty good.
He moved it a bit, quite away, didn't he?
Yeah, in fact, he was surprised because he went straight through the fairway. So it came out a lot better than he was expecting as well. But, you know, he's 53 years old. But, I mean, the guy's probably the strongest guy who's playing this week.
Well, Wakefield's using a 4-iron here. It's only 178 yards. This might be a bit much for him.
A little unlucky. Just hit on one of the knolls, kicked it forward. But left himself quite an inviting little chip up the green. Simon Wakefield. 2 behind.
It's a tough one, Ken. Ball above his feet, coming out of the rough. Third shot. Into the wind. Phil?
140 yards. And he's going with an 8-iron, so expecting this one to probably jump a little bit. And it certainly didn't do that.
Stay in the air.
That's a 30-yard miscalculation there. We don't see the ball fly like it used to. Oof. Selected best major finishes, second hole garden, American 50 years, third Sam Sneed, USPGA 52. Thunderbolt, 53. 62 was it? Did I say 52?
That's extraordinary when you think about 62 years of age finishing third in a major.
I was lucky enough to play with him once. Did you ever play with him? It was just magic.
Chris Wood, 10th fairway. He's found another fairway. He's got a lovely setup, good swing. Tall lad. He said himself after the second round he likes to play in the wind. He certainly does. Look at this shot here. This could be another Bobby Jones, an amateur winning the Open. Brilliant.
Saying earlier that Royal Birkdale seems to have a habit of throwing up a young player of the future. We had Seve at 19 years old and then Justin Rose at 17 years old.
Yeah, so Greg Norman's just pulled a few strange clubs today compared to what he was doing yesterday. He's walked all the way up to the hole. Flag on 18 yards today. He's a good 20 yards short of the green. This is fourth shot.
driver in his hand and then put it away and pulled out the iron, which turned out to be a good decision. But from then, he hasn't made too many good club selections.
Back foot, step down on it. I think that was a little bit of a turf first, then ball.
That was a big ball before the small ball.
Yeah, we've all done that at times. Well, Harrington's had a couple of good breaks. His ball just kicked out of the rough on the second, and then this ball's just sneaked round the edge of that awful looking big top bunker, Phil.
Yes, absolutely, but he's still 18 yards away from the hole, so he needs a good putt here. It's going to break from the left-hand side. This is for a birdie.
It's a bit reminiscent of Nick Faldo's winning the Open at Muirfield when he powered 18 holes to win. If Harrington does that today, he will definitely win, I would say.
Deceived a few people, this putt up the green.
Wood for birdie on 10. Turn. Just a little firm. Just flushed it. Would have got him to 2 under for his round. 6 over for the championship.
A big putt here for Greg Norman. This for a bogey. In these conditions, you expect you're going to make some bogeys, but you certainly don't want to make a double.
Yes.
Bravely done. Harrington leads by 2, but he's still got a little testy one left.
Big putt for Chris Wood, just aggressive on his first one. Very solid. Very solid. 1 under par today, +7. Lying 4th in the Open. Go on, my son.
Wakefield for par on 7. Always outside. That's 7 over par now for Wakefield.
That elevates Chris Wood into 3rd position. Tied with Wakefield.
Rose finished 4th, didn't he, in 98?
Magic. Very tough par 4. 2 well executed irons, a couple of super putts.
Company put ladybirds in it. That's what his son said last year after Padraig won the claret jug. Dad, can we put ladybirds in?
Henrik Stenson on 9, this for birdie. But it's him out 1 over 35, playing with Graham Storm, who's 2 over at 36. That's 9, it's on the first page. Harrington 4 over, 2 shots clear of Norman, 3 clear of Wood and Wakefield. Anthony Kim going along nicely with Curtis. Ian Poulter, nice birdie at 9, made a solid par at 10. Ross Fisher, couple over today. KJ Choi, poor day so far, 5 over. You see David Howells right now lying 15th. Remember, he 3-putted the last.
Erniel, 69. The top pair are off down the 7th. Excellent par 3. Excellent par 3-7. 178 yards. Quite a generous green. Good size. But the bunkers are treacherous. Pins at the back today. Quite an elevated tee, so it's very difficult to judge the distance with the wind. Little donut bunker there, or pull-em-in bunker there with a hole in the middle.
Yeah, bunkers here and bunkers everywhere on this hole. Quite a small target for this length par 3. A few stands around here and dunes over to the right-hand side. Actually protects the tee from the wind. I can promise you it's blowing quite strongly from the right-hand side and slightly into.
Padraig hit a wonderful shot in here yesterday and made birdie.
It's a 5-iron today.
This looks left.
Just got that turning on the wind. Once that happens, the ball carries a lot further than you're expecting or wanted to. Come on, Shark, this is an opening. Greg's been hitting, as I said, watching him yesterday, quite a bit out on the range. He's hit a lot of his shots left to right, so this shot should suit him well. What yardage is it, Phil?
178 yards. And like I was saying, it's difficult to know exactly what the wind's doing, and Harrington going with the wind like that. Amazing, gained an extra 20 yards playing that shot.
Oh, Charlie Earp would be sitting at home chewing his fingernails off now. He's Greg's coach for many years when he was a kid and a junior, and when Greg worked for Charlie at Royal Queensland. What would you tell him to do, Charlie?
Well, Greg is also going with the 5-iron. So we know he has to hold this one up a little bit.
Well, it's in better shape than Harrington, but still not a good shot. Disappointed there. He is. That was a good opportunity just to hit a good shot and settle him down and get into this.
Back into the wind here off the right-hand side. Difficult tee shot this 11th.
Sort of set up roughly a little tufty there.
Ross Fisher. This for birdie. It's a misread. I wanted that to bring a long way right and it didn't even attempt to. That'd be a good par though. 2 bogeys, all pars, 7 pars. +9, currently in 6th position.
Nice aerial view there of the 7th green, and Padraig is down on the bottom left-hand side of the screen as we look at it.
He's found quite a nice lie, actually. About 15, 16 yards from the hole. Plenty of green to work with. I'm sure he'll be very pleased.
This is Padraig's strength. No disrespect to his game, but he has got one of the finest short games in the land. Lovely piece with Andrew Cotter this morning, explaining the 35-yard shot that he hits with his lob wedge.
Just looking from above, this is where Harrington is, over there left of the green. Shark is here, a little bit nearer to the putting surface.
The lie is good, but about 6 inches behind the ball there's a little tuft of grass, but I'm sure he'll be able to manipulate the club so he won't hit that and get a nice solid contact on this shot.
He's been very fortunate again, I think. That's, as you say, Phil, the lie looks clean, pretty clean. He's got plenty of green to work with, straight back into the breeze.
He must fancy it. He's even reading the green. As they're walking onto the 7th hole, there was a competition between the crowd to see who could shout the loudest for each player. I think it was about 50-50.
Beating down it, but he wants to make sure ball first and turf, and just testing how much resistance the rough's going to give him when he hits the shot. So the club really sticking in there. Way off the back foot.
Poor one by Padraig standards. A bit firm. 5-6 foot putt for par.
128 yards for him. Poulter, just a little knockdown 7-iron shot here. Playing wrong side behind it, Chris Wood.
Do the right thing.
And it's certainly dead, Ian. Excellent shot, 5-6 feet for birdie.
A nice tight lie for Greg Norman. Plenty of green to work with, chipping back into the wind.
He's not too bad at chipping either, Sam. Shark can chip all right as well.
He used to, he was the first one to come out with that, throwing the ball with your right hand. Have your club, your hands in the same position as you would to chip, hold a golf ball and just throw it.
Not as crisp as he would have liked. 4.5 feet for his par. Another one of those, as Kenny Brown calls them.
Well, Chris managed to punch his ball out of a horrible lie to the left of this fairway, and he's just fallen off the right edge of the green, but he's in good shape here for a nice little pitch on and a putt for his par.
Paul, do you think he knows what he's doing? I mean, I know he knows what he's doing, but do you think he knows the position he's in? He must do with all the leaderboards, I suppose.
He looks very, very calm at the moment, Sam. I'm not sure whether he's one of these guys that looks at leaderboards, but he's part of the England squad, so he's got plenty of tuition behind him on the old psychology front, but putting it into practice is another thing, Sam.
Harrington to save par now on 7 to stay 2 ahead of Greg Norman.
Thought it was going to turn from the left. Slight misread, I think.
Well, the wind's now whipping across the back of this 11th green. It's a nice lie. He's got just a little bank in front of him just to lob it on and just run the ball from right to left.
Thinned it a wee bit. Just thinned it a wee bit. Not too bad, not too bad. He's got a bit of experience carrying from. That's his dad, Richard. He'll be a bit excited, I would have to think. What a great day for father and son to remember for a long, long time.
We've lost Tiger Woods, but we've made up with 2 other Woods.
Greg Norman has really taken his time over this putt, and that's exactly what Chrissy said, his wife, early on. Just needs to take his time, concentrate. This to save par.
Touch out. Well done. That's 1 back. One back. 4 over for his round, but still only now 1 behind.
Bad news for Garcia. Out in level par 34, but he started back bogey, 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 double. Let's go to Harrington, this for his bogey. He stays 1 clear in the open. And Greg Norman, 2 clear of this wood. +7, 2 behind.
First really errant shot from Harrington has cost him a stroke. Slightly skinny chip. This is quite exposed green. The slope's a bit from back to front, so I'm not reading the putt. So stroke going.
Simon Wakefield for birdie. Par 4 8th. Simon 2 over for his round. 7 over for the championship.
Looking up the 8th. 457 yards. There's a bunker both sides of the fairway. Whatever length of tee shot you hit, there's always 1 in play. Breeze helping, so mainly it's those 2 on the right. Second, a little uphill to a pin position that's been tucked on this right-hand side for the last 3 days on a little level plateau. This hole does offer a little bit of light relief. People, 45,000 odd out watching. From the high view there, look like a lot of ants going across the golf course.
Greg Norman out with the driver, and what else? He was doing it yesterday and it worked. He'll have to take on that left-hand trap at 275 to carry that whole slight dog leg in that direction.
The tee is elevated though, so Greg's got to start this just on the edge of those people. He might be able to pick up the bunker there and let it ride the wind as it come back.
not sure where that went. They're scurrying down the hill as if they've seen it, so.
Back down the 8th. Tee is here. Green here. This is the driving area with the bunkers.
If you decide you're just going to go straight down the fairway and play safe, there are a couple of bunkers over to the right-hand side. Harrington not going with the driver, but I've seen him with an iron off here. Looks like a utility club of some kind.
300 yards to the bunkers on the right-hand side. Not far from where he hit his tee shot yesterday.
109. Yeah, 126, 27.
This is Poulter for birdie. This is huge on the 11th. He's got it. He's got it. He's fist pumping. He's ready. And he's back to +8. He's only 3 behind. Ooh, he would just love this, Poulter. He's got the game for it. He's got the heart for it. And he's got the position. There you see it. Harrington 5. Norman 6 in trouble. And Simon Wakefield at 7. Then Chris Wood, Poulter and Kim all at 8. Stenson 9. Fisher 9. David Hill 67. L 69. Casey a good round of 70. Carlson 69. A lot of good scores today. 72 from Adam Scott. Mickelson showing a bit of form, 71. Graham McDowell had high hopes after the first day. A good solid 70 from Jean van der Velde. Paul, how's he looking? He's looking pretty strong, I think.
Oh, he's certainly revved up for this. I think his ego had taken a bit of a denting with Chris Wood showing him the way to go. But anyway, a little undecided on the tee. Had a 7-iron out, playing 179 yards, but he's gone for the 8-iron. The wind has just changed a fraction, so it's off the right and helping.
The wind if he's hitting 8-iron, right? 4s and 5s in here yesterday, bit left. Oh, he's got a good, come on, no, just stuck. One good kick there, that could have been all the way down to the hole, but not too bad a position. Not too bad.
This 12th hole was ranked 3rd in difficulty yesterday. The flag was back right. The wind 40 mile an hour from right to left. Really had nowhere to land the ball. The majority of the field finished up long and left.
Chris has chosen a 6-iron. When I first saw him stand on the 11th tee, it reminded me of a young Andrew Sherborne who used to play out of the Long Ashton Club.
I remember Sherby. And it's a 6-iron for him and 8-iron for Poulter. Quite a difference there. Watching it. Oh, what a horrid kick. Unlucky there from Wood. Now we have Aardvark here. We'll get a good look at Ian Poulter's, the flight of the ball. He'd be wanting to start it almost over the hump on the right. That's where he started, but just turned it too quickly, too early. Stuck up on that hill there. There's the flight of the ball, you can see. The right club. Very difficult with the wind off the right. The one place you don't want to be is that bank on the right.
Andrew Murray there in front, former tour player, doing 5 live. Mark James is back in the box. Welcome, Mark, back, Jess.
Thank you, Sam. This is enthralling stuff. Maureen's down there.
Simon Wakefield has hit a lot of quality shots. This is a little flighted wedge into 9 off a perfect tee shot.
Maureen, just out of interest, what did he hit off the tee to get there?
You won't believe it, Sam. He hit a 3-iron.
3-iron. I was wondering, it must be downwind there.
Yeah. The wind has changed a bit. It is helping. He got it to the corner and then just took the contours of the slope. And I must say, he's looking comfortable. Just needs to hold a few putts.
Very good, thank you.
Out here on the 12th with Chris Wood and Ian Poulter, and unfortunately the news for young Chris is that he's found a horrible spot in the back of this bunker.
Greg Norman on the 8th, he's got a huge break. I can't believe how good this lie is. He's only about 3 or 4 feet from disaster, but now he's got a clear shot and actually a very good angle to take on this whole location. 120 yards remaining.
Well, the shark is swimming in friendly waters right now, but how long it'll last is anybody's guess. Still not an easy shot. Just got to judge how it comes out of that sort of straw-like stuff. That's not easy. Well, it is a good lie. It's easy enough to get the distance, but judging it exactly right. Difficult.
I think you got Willie Grady's taking a rest. Andrew Coulter's back in the box. Andrew, enjoyed this?
It's all warming up, isn't it? Fascinating. So many players coming back into it. Greg Norman after that rocky start. Fighting.
Well, Chris is having a torrid time trying to find out what he's doing, but the one thing that he is doing, he's jumping around with lots of footprints in this bunker, so if he doesn't just come out, it could go from bad to worse.
6'5". Look at this, Paul. Such a tall young man to get down.
The shot, I think, Andrew, here is for him to go sideways up towards Ian Poulter and try and use that slope there. Trying to go straight at it.
Oh, has it avoided the footprints? It looks to be okay in the flat of the bunker now, but there's always the danger. He's facing his first real test.
Jim Furyk for birdie on 15. Good boy. 1 over today, plus 10. A 3-3-3 finish would put the cat amongst the pigeons. That would leave him at plus 6. It's all there from anywhere today. You can come and take a challenge at this event. I don't think he can. He's a wee bit fast asleep there. Ate too many pints last night.
Well, now Chris can get a stance to it. Still an awkward shot, this one. Third shot.
Oh, great recovery. Go on. The one shot gone. The members of Conway Golf Club will be following Chris Wood's progress with interest today. He won the Welsh Open Amateur Stroke Play Championship, beating the likes of Gary Wolstenholme. Mark James and Sam Torrance both played here in the Ryder Cup Wales Seniors Open, so I'm sure they can testify this is no mean achievement. Good luck, Chris, says Aled Jones.
Conway Golf Club will also be following this man who practices there in the winter.
Yeah, it's a pretty good test, that's for sure. Phil?
A long putt here for Harrington. That was his birdie attempt.
Yes, expecting the wind to do something different. Right to left break, left to right wind. Poulter.
Just a little light for Poulter there.
harder, but it right up to the pin. It's right there though, Mr. Poulter. There's 3 shots behind. Harrington not stone dead on 8.
And this to tie for the lead for Greg Norman coming back down the slope. Should move a fraction from the right-hand side.
View of the break there.
No.
Good pace. Just settling himself down now, Greg Norman. Tee shot was wild, but a couple of pars steady those old nerves.
Norman, of course, will be at the British Senior Open next week at Troon, along with Sam, myself, Wayne Grady, a host of other players from Europe and America and around the world, to be honest. Should be entertaining.
Sergio Garcia just had another double. 7 over for the back 9. Only played 5 holes. Disastrous back 9 for Sergio.
Harrington tested once more. Off the back of that drop shot at the 7th. Oh, he's not immune to the pressures. And once more, Harrington and Norman are tied. And they're both slipping back down the leaderboard. 6 over ties this championship. Norman and Harrington. And all those players below them. Simon Wakefield alone in 3rd place. Chris Wood, the amateur. Ian Poulter and Anthony Kim. Henrik Stenson, all in contention in this Open Championship.
Poulter to stay within 2 of the lead. Just made a birdie, and that's well done. It's showing a lot of guts. He knows how big this is for him. Ryder Cup points. Well done, Chris.
The 9 setting is such drama. Clouds whip across and the scores rumble across the bottom of your screen. Have a look for your favourites. It's all about those final few groups. And that last group of Harrington and Norman locked together once more at 6 over par.
Well, we saw Chris Wood jogging off that green. There's a good reason for that. That pairing is on the clock. Lagging behind, and John Paramore, or someone equally intimidating, is out there with a large stopwatch, clicking it restlessly at them.
It's another strange choice from Greg. Phil, where's the wind here? It's down off the right, isn't it? It's almost impossible to keep it on the fairway, isn't it?
Well, he'll have to aim down the right-hand rough and carry it all and hold dog legs that way, but his last 2 tee shots have gone left, but I suppose this is a little bit easier than the last couple of tee shots.
He's actually trying to drive the green here, I think. Right down the right corner, carry that rough, big kick. Where is she? No.
Thumb up from the marshal.
We see it here, and he's trying to hit it down in that right corner, maybe 20-30 yards short of the green, but he can't carry it that far.
We saw just a 3-iron down there, leaving himself 70 yards. Just some poor decisions today from Greg. Harrington having none of it. There were a few players do that yesterday. What Norman's tactic? Padraig was happy to bunt it down the middle with a good kilometre. Unfortunately, down the middle of the right rough. That's a poor shot. And they're letting the rest back into it gradually.
49, so that's probably that's 55 there.
Downwind, but more off the left-hand side this 13th. Just an iron for Ian.
Ripped it. We heard good shot from behind the tee, and they were absolutely right. Straight down the middle. Ian Poulter.
So important to hit this 13th fairway downwind.
Good shot as the cry again. Puff of sand as it lands.
Simon Wakefield looks to be cutting a wee bit down the right. Dear. Well, he's all right if it stays there. It's absolutely fine there. And the spectators have been all week, so it's nice and bare and clear. Just need to settle himself down, bring himself back into the moment, not get ahead of himself. Play a nice, comfortable, relaxed back nine, and at the end of it, he just might pick up the trophy.
You can see that little U there in the middle. That's a crowd round his ball.
It's Aoki in the pink jersey there. Great old Japanese golfer now working for Japanese television. One of the myriad of broadcasters and writers all funneling down this 9th hole with these two main protagonists, Harrington and Greg Norman, the champion and the grizzled old challenger.
I played with Aoki a few weeks ago. My goodness, he played great. Doesn't hit it that far now, but he really played well.
Hey Byron, can you hear me? Byron, can you hear
Pin
me?
up the right, so not a great entry for Harrington. He's
Okay,
downwind off the right.
149.
It's not going to be the easiest shot, but
Hear that?
that's the trouble. You hit iron, if you do hit a poor one, you've got a long way in.
Well, Chris is 219 yards away from the front of the green. It's a 5-iron he's chosen here, and hit it nice and high. Take the effect of this wind stronger, and it's been most of the day, I think, now.
Well, someone asked if Chris Wood could come up the last. Oh, pushed it into that bunker. Come up the last and turn pro and accept all the prize money, but apparently since his entry was accepted as an amateur, he's destined to remain an amateur for the duration of the championship.
That wind gusting today at about 40 miles an hour, we're told, a steady 20-22 mile an hour breeze, and great shots from our plane on high looking down to Liverpool. Wonderful sands where Red Rum used to canter.
.223 yards for Ian Poulter back to this pin. That's a 7-iron.
This is extraordinary from Poulter. He's got so much heart and guts. He's had his criticism from people over the years, but oh, wouldn't it be awesome if he proved them all wrong here. And he can putt, he can stand the pressure. He's got 2 par 5s to come. He's only 2 behind.
Not a bad lie here for Harrington, but downwind coming out of the rough, he'll do very well to actually land it on the green and keep it on the green. If try and get as much height. Just needs a good contact on this one.
Stop, Padraig!
Irishman's left himself the pin back right today. Not much green to play with.
Oh, down breeze, and if you're lucky, even in between the two sets of bushes there, that could have gone anywhere, that one. Oh, it's just, well, it's just getting tighter for the whole field now.
Well, this is almost an identical shot to what Norman had yesterday. Only 87 yards remain, and he came out of the rough and knocked it to 6 feet. Wind similar, not quite as tough today though.
Yards to go. He's got a great lie, but it's all uphill into this strong breeze, so he needs all of this.
Hold still, please.
He'll do very well to get that there. Well, got very close. That was a good shot. Used himself a long uphill putt, but he did all right there.
Hiya, Dad. You're lying. Yeah.
Look at it. Crowds milling the wind, howling. Spectators, photographers, press, all in a crush of noise. Who can keep their head?
Well, hopefully young Chris can. Still leading the race for the silver medal. Awkward length of shot here, but he can let the ball run and release up to this flag. Doesn't need to fly it all the way there.
Well, that's right off the edge of the club, and he's been somewhat fortunate to come back off that bank. Just had a dodgy backswing, slightly restricted, had to come in steeper than he would have liked.
Thousands and thousands of ants from on high, looking down on the 9th green there. And here is that group. Greg Norman, Padraig Harrington, and in that madness, Philip Parkin as well.
And he's found a pretty decent lie yet again. Not a lot of green to work with though, so has to get a good contact on this ball.
Bonus here that he's on the upslope, so you can pop it up in the air a little easier. Get it to come down softly. Oh, didn't think you could hear me, sorry.
Saw him whip one up in the air at, was it 10 yesterday, from right of the green, in incredible fashion. Get it to spin, so who knows what he's got up his sleeve. He's a bit of a trickster around the greens, isn't he, Sam?
He certainly is. Lovely piece he did with you this morning, Andrew. Quite informative. Look at that. That takes just downwind, not quite firm enough.
That was the proverbial played it too well.
Chris Wood, after not quite knifing his bunker shot, certainly got it a bit cleaner than he might have wished. A little pitch. It's going to be another shot slipping away. 2 targets for Chris Wood. Sure, he's still thinking about finishing as high as possible in the top 10, perhaps even challenging those at the very top, but also looking at Tom Sherrard, who finished 14 over for the leading amateur silver medal.
Well, it's been a bit of a battle for Greg Norman. You feel as though he needs something to happen just to spark him off. as he has this putt now on 9 for a birdie. Just one shot behind right now.
Wakefield on 10. One behind. Steady, steady. Oh, he's giving that a rattle. That'll go off the green, maybe if just stop there. Okay. Little firm. Obviously feeling tense. He's playing with KJ Choi, who's 6 over today.
This is Anthony Kim. He's been reeling off mainly pars, but that's a bogey. That takes him to +9. He's not out of it though. That won a couple of wins this year in the States. He is one talented fellow.
Padraig then on the 9th for par.
Very important, especially after what happened on the last green.
The door opens for the Shark. Padraig Harrington dropped a shot at the 7th, the 8th, and now the 9th. 37 to the turn, 3 over, slips back to 7 over for the championship. He seemed to be in control, but it's not only the elder statesman Greg Norman whose nerves are frayed.
Poulter for a birdie. Magnificent second. Oh, gee whiz. That would have been an absolute corker to knock in. Right in there though, 2 off the pace. He's a few holes ahead of the leaders, and that counts for an awful lot.
It's so tight, Jess. I mean, if he actually holds that and Norman misses his putt on 9, he's tied for the lead. That's how tight it is. That's how close it is.
Greg Norman now for his par. Just to maintain the lead.
Norman leads. 9 holes to go in the Open Championship. 9 holes from the most remarkable of victories. 53-year-old still fighting and leading the Open Championship as they reach the turn.
Well, this match is on the clock. This is the 3rd time Ian Poulter's set up to address this golf ball. 203 to the pin today.
Not bad at all, Ian. Just 2 behind. Grind out a few pars, got on that 17th tee, 3-3 finish. Oh my God, what is going to happen?
Well, after that heavy first putt, second one back up the slope, dying left, viciously there. That's a shot gone for Simon Wakefield. That takes him to +8. 7 players left in single figures now. Winning score is looking higher and higher as the wind maintains its +3 nature.
Gangly figure of Chris Wood just letting a few shots slip away now.
That was a 3-iron, Andrew.
He's turning. Nicely done.
If the
hitting 3-iron in there. That's a very tough hole today. And a tough hole every day, but it's even tougher on a Sunday. Wonderful shot on the golf course there. Winding round, zigzagging down the west coast of England. Go back to Norman. Well, with driver, again, they've got the tee, excuse me, is up 30 yards today. Go on, Greg. He's not changing his game plan anyway. He's leading the Open. Tries a 4 is never good. It's over there somewhere. See them all looking in at the area. Oh, he's got a green flag. Oh, surely he's not up there. They're running up the hills. We'll find out in a second. Back to Harrington.
They're rushing to try and find it. Harrington, though, with a little fairway wood. Oh, he's gone left.
Fairway wood brings those 2 left-hand traps into play.
Ah, not too bad.
Well, Parky, you're not going to believe this. He's finished absolutely perfect on the path. 3 or 4 drives in the trot. It's not been right. That's a great break for Padraig there. Greg Norman leads the Open, but he's in trouble at 10. And this 9 holes have been so intense.
Well, a moment to catch our breath. Norman leading by 1, but he looks to be in a heap of trouble here on the 10th, but then he did the same sort of thing yesterday from the back tee. Knocked it way out to the right and managed to somehow get it up there. This 10th is a very exposed green. Players having a lot of problems on there yesterday with balls moving. Anthony Kim was one who had problems.
And onto the back 9 we head. Norman 1 in front of Harrington. Ian Poulter, Simon Wakefield, both could become the first Englishmen to lift the claret jug since Nick Faldo in 1992. Henrik Stenson creeping along quietly. Anthony Kim, the very talented young man from Los Angeles. KJ Choi, he's had his troubles today, slipping backwards. And then those who finished, Howell, Els, Casey Carlson, waiting for others to come back towards them.
Plus 12 leading in the clubhouse, which was Howell, Carlson and Els, and Casey. David Howell early on this morning, almost out very early, 3-putted the last. How expensive is that going to be at the end of the day?
Very, very difficult par 3 14th today. Pin on the right, wind off the right. 3-iron for Chris Wood to here. Can he pop this one in?
Well, he's coming off of 3 bogeys. So it'd be nice to hold it. It was a good attempt. He wants to knock that one in and get the wheels back on his wagon. It's so easy to shed strokes very, very quickly on this sort of day. Well, Norman and Harrington both have very difficult holes in 10, 11, 12 and 13 and 14. Poulter's on 14 green here as we see. He's only 2 behind Greg Norman. We'll have a look in here, we'll see where Greg is. Phil Parkin's there. Phil?
It's a perfect lie, guys. I don't know why we even question it. He's about 6 feet from a gorse bush. Got very lucky there, but he's got a clear shot to the green.
Simon Wakefield up on this high tee on 11. Booming it away down the right half of the fairway.
Fairway found by a man who's just 2 shots off the lead. This is the 10th. The lookout curls round to the left, and up that little horseshoe of spectators up on the mound. They're all gathered round the ball of Greg Norman.
half 8. Punchy 8. Punchy 8, yes. How do you see it coming out there?
Well, the way he's looking at it, appears he's not certain he can get it over that gorse bush.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think the gorse bush is causing any trouble when I was up there. Only 108 yards remaining. It's directly into the wind. Well, probably wants to hit it a little bit lower.
I don't think he can. Well, the bush is right in front of him.
That's what I'm saying. That's the shot he wants to play, so that's what the difficulty is.
Back to his problems in a moment. Ian Poulter. A challenge he's producing. Going slowly, worries of being on the clock occasionally. And he will give every putt a great roll.
But from only 108 yards, you don't mind hitting one a little bit higher once in a while. Shouldn't be too much trouble.
Well, it's a pretty lofty club, so I think he's going to hit it reasonably hard and high. It looks like he's got the face closed. Yeah, he's trying to hook that round the higher part of the gorse bush and get it going towards the green through the wind. Looks like he's overhooked it into the crowd there. Well, he's flirting with bogeys repeatedly today, Greg Norman.
They're looking down at something there. I'm not sure. No, it's not the ball. She's just maybe in trouble, that one. It's further left than where they are. Maybe it is right there. That woman shouldn't have been bending down to touch it, but I'm sure she didn't.
Harrington then keeping calm. That's the fuss. Doing well. Shot from Harrington, who leaves himself that birdie putt while his other statesman playing partner flounders around in the rough on the left.
Yes, and Harrington coming off 3 bogeys, so he needs to get settled down very quickly. There's another man coming off 3, Chris Wood. He needs to hold this. He's got 4 strokes to play with, the leading amateur prize, and now 4 holes to play.
Jim Furyk on 17. To get to +9. No. Poor one.
Wakefield well down the shaft on a 6-iron here, has to guard against turning this over.
You saw the ball soaring into the sky there. Simon Wakefield, this Englishman who is 2 shots behind Greg Norman, but Norman in trouble, remember, at the 10th. He's answering lots of questions about Bob Taylor in the press conference last night. Tonight, it may be all about him. Never won on the European Tour. Could he start with the grandest of them all?
2 fairway bunkers to avoid down the left-hand side here. Wind hard off the right. Ian Poulter likes to fade it. Been driving the ball well all week. There's another beauty.
Just a beautiful swing from Poulter. Time at the top of the swing to attack the ball with all the power he can muster, and that was a lovely action. I don't think I've seen him swing better than this. Head's rock steady, good balance, and that's in 30-mile-an-hour winds all week. Very impressive.
Greg Norman now playing his 3rd shot. I think that 2nd shot, he tried to turn it into something it wasn't. Just got confused, I think.
Well, try as he might, Greg can't seem to pull a bad lie at the moment, but he needs to take advantage of it, and that's not the way. Thousands of people round these greens, but it can be a very lonely place. especially in conditions like these.
Watching it, is it a little left? Jumped. Stayed there. Well, that's okay. I can see the top of the ball. That's fine. Not perfect, but it's better, a lot better than the bunker.
The lead swings to and fro, but Norman holds it for the moment. 6 over par. It's good enough to sit on top of this Open Championship leaderboard. Padraig Harrington, his playing partner, on behind. Ian Poulter, a fewer wilting, but Poulter 2 under for his last 11 holes. He's the man with going forward momentum. He looks comfortable alongside Simon Wakefield, those 2 Englishmen challenging.
After that fantastic second shot from Harrington, it deserves a birdie here. This to tie Greg Norman at +6.
Well, the wind took that. I mean, that just turned right at the traffic lights halfway down the path. It was unbelievable.
I saw Chris would race it past there. I thought that might have been inexperience, but it must be a wee bit faster than it looks. I think the ball just moved as he was putting his marker down there.
What's the rule on that, Ian?
Well, if the ball moved in the act of marking it, there's no penalty.
He's put his coin down and then the ball has moved.
Well, if the player caused the ball to move in the act of marking the ball, there's no penalty and the ball would be replaced.
I don't think he caused it to move. I think he put the coin behind the ball, and before he could pick it up, the ball moved a couple of inches.
Well, then, in that case, the ball would be played from its new position. And I think that's what Alan Holmes there is trying to determine, what exactly happened.
It moved again as well, second time.
So he's marked it, the ball's moved, and then he's picked up the marker.
And then it moved again.
Very confusing.
So he's absolutely fine. He's done nothing wrong, nothing untoward. Just lucky that the R&A put a referee with every match. Nice that they get these problems solved straight away.
And with us in the commentary box, Ian Patterson alongside us.
Well, stuff blowing around rather easily. Obviously a windy spot just here. Now the Shark. He's made 4 bogeys today, but has he got any Australian bite left in him?
There's been a lot happening since he's been trying to read this putt and get his concentration going. It's fairly fast down the slope. This to save par.
Has it got windier the last few minutes, Phil?
It's been pretty windy for the whole of the 9 holes, to tell you the truth, but yeah, it's quite elevated here, so it's pretty bad.
We saw a putt here a few minutes ago on this line, it just died straight left. That went left, but didn't die as quickly. Nowhere near the line.
Good call, Mark. He was aiming outside left there, and it broke left. His ball's wavering here as well. Not allowed to push the ball down when you put it back on the green. You must just rest it gently on top in its own position where it was prior to you marking it. Simon Wakefield, this for birdie. Steady. These are putts he will not want to leave himself on these last 8 holes unless they're for birdies.
Ross Fisher coming off the back of bogeys on 10 and 11 to 11 over par for the championship. Oh, that was straight left. 12 over now.
This is not the putt you want to leave yourself for a par when you've just gone bogey, bogey, bogey. Should move a little bit from the right-hand side.
Hovering his putter so that the ball doesn't move and cost him a shot. Well done, good stuff. Harrington Norman will be tied for the lead after this hole, +7. Wakefield one behind. Kim and Stenson further one back.
And Poulter one behind.
Thank you, Sam.
He's in the middle of 15 fairway, par 5.
We can't hear what they're saying, they're cleverly whispering.
Now this could be dodgy. If that ball is moved, no. It's oscillating. He doesn't hover his putter at all. He puts it right in behind it every time, which is a penalty if the ball moves. If you hover it isn't. So the main thing is he hovers the club off the ground when he hits his driver.
Once again, there are two as they head to the 11th tee. Greg Norman and Padraig Harrington tied at the top.
Howell, Carson, Elson, Casey all lying +12. Jumped nearly into the top 10. They're now lying 11th.
Poulter's second shot to 15. He wants to chase this lowish, take the dimples off the ball.
Get in the hole!
That's fine. That's fine. We've seen that shot messed up repeatedly this week. Hinge back right.
He seems to have the look about him.
Good second shot, so I just missed the trap there. Just knocking it up the fairway. Not too bad. But Poulter's in an ideal spot there. Nice little chasing chip and run up to the flag. I think he can win it. Well, obviously he can win it. He's in position.
Simon Wakefield now. Yes, solidly done. Stays now within one stroke of the lead, talking himself up, getting that momentum going. And he has a great chance as well.
Furyk at 18, second shot into that right trap. He needs to get up and down, or even hole it. If he can hole it, another chance, but no, won't make it. He will post +10. Currently second position. Well, it's a target. Can't believe it'll be good enough, but it's a target.
Even though this 11th into the wind, that's an iron from Harrington.
He's got away with it there, Harrington. Just left of the trap. Just off the edge of the path. There you see the hole there. Tough one, but they've shoved the tee up 40-50 yards, making it a little easier for them. Only 358 yards, but it's causing problems all week. Body's just level with that first bunker in the left there.
And wind also very strong from that right-hand side. Greg Norman will have to start it down the right edge of the fairway, but using the driver, he brings the other two traps into play.
It's a minefield, holes like this. Just got to get the flight right.
central on that fairway. Norman steadies the ship. Nerves are fraying, the brains are frying, and he's trying to keep himself on an even keel.
Now Poulter, 15, third shot. Only one behind in the open. Run, run. No, he didn't hit it. That's so careless. He knows what position he's in. He's got to attack now. He's got a chance to win the open.
Furyk for his par. Well done. Round of 71 today. Adding 2 over, back in 1 under. There it is. Good tournament. Well, can he win this great championship on +10? I don't know when the last time double figures won, but thinking old Tom Morris was in the field.
Now Simon Wakefield has reached this par 3 12th. Moving from right to left, is it too much? Yes, and then no. Ah, kindly, kindly, now very good. Looking at the aardvark system, the flight of the ball, how much that moved.
Poulter for birdie. This to tie for the lead. Come on, go, 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 Gadget, go. Not bad. Should be a safe tap in.
Paul Eales is watching this match. We're saying Ian Poulter has the go-forward momentum about him. He looks to be fairly aggressive until this hole.
Well, you said, Andrew, that he looked comfortable. He looks more than comfortable. He looks like a man on a mission that's going to capture this claret jug. He really does. But unfortunately, that one, he was just pitching back into the wind and the slope and just misjudged it slightly.
Everyone else just seems to be backing off slightly, trying to make pars, occasional bogeys creeping in. Poulter 2 under for his last 12 holes now.
This is for a birdie for Chris Wood. Played a lovely pitch in from 100 yards or so. It'll be a quick putt swinging from left to right. This would take him to 9 over for the championship. Tied for 5th place. Not a lot of chat between him and his dad who's caddying for him, but he looks very comfortable.
His dad's probably so nervous he can't speak. Good roll.
Yeah, Norman sleeping down the middle. Perfect lie on the left-hand side for Harrington. 161 yards, going with a 5-iron.
Barrage of camera shutters. A little bit despondent. It's a green found off a wayward drive. The circus of the final round, the final group of the Open Championship.
This is going to be one of those little shots that he played so nicely yesterday. Only 126 yards into the wind off the right-hand side, and Greg Norman's going with a 6-iron. Even though he hits it low, the ball's going to move from right to left.
Not bad, well executed, just need a little bit more drive. Norman and Harrington, +7. Wakefield and Poulter, +8. And this is Wakefield here on the 12th. This to tie for the lead in the Open.
Let's hope he's not thinking of it in those terms. Wasn't a bad putt, was it, Sam?
Firm.
Just struck well.
Henrik Stenson just picked up 1 shot today, dropped 3. Just 9 over. He slips to 10. Costly, how costly.
Yeah, well, he's back to 10, so 2 7s, 2 8s, and Kim on 9. Who's going to man up and get the jug?
Well, unusually the situation at the end of this course, with Poulter being ahead of the leading players, a nice chance to post a score. We'll have to remember that 17 and 18 are both downwind, 18 a bit off the left, a bit harder, but 17 quite an easy par 5. It's been the easiest course hole this week. Poulter might just need 2 birdies the last 3 for Ian. It'll be awful close.
Sometimes so easy for those in the last group as it is for Greg Norman and Padraig Harrington today to get lost in the tussle between each other. Even if you know there are others who are going to be making moves. Very difficult.
Huge putt this for Wakefield. He's been a bit heavy-handed all day so far. This one off the right.
No, he knew he pushed it. Oh, the frustration. A man who knows exactly how much is at stake here. He's never been in this position, anything close to this position before. Time to take stock.
A very long birdie attempt here for Harrington, coming up the hill into the wind. He had a huge cheer for him when he walked on this green.
Too bad. Long putt. Sergio Garcia's just made 5 at the last to come home in 44 shots for a 78. A disappointing end to the championship for him.
Yeah, KJ Choi's not doing much better. He's 7 over for the day after 11, Sam. So disappointing when you've been there all week as Poulter drives at 16.
This tee moved up as it was yesterday. 371 yards into the breeze. He's a man on a mission and he's swinging beautifully.
A lot more break on this putt for Greg Norman than Harrington's. Nowhere near as easy. This for a birdie.
He gave that.
Chris Wood at 16. Curtailing his follow through all day with the wind conditions, trying to... Oh, that's an excellent kick there. That's very close to Arnold Palmer's plaque. And that come out of the thick stuff down onto the flat.
Sergio Garcia about to complete his week. And he's got this for 77. Oh, no. Well, that's a 78. A 17, 51st spot at the moment. Disappointing for Sergio, he was up there for a long while. And Goose and his partner had a 76. So distinctly average pairing today, those two.
The stand starting to fill up all around the 18th, waiting for the march of whichever champion they will wait to acclaim.
Now Harrington for par. Tied for the lead. Well done. Very solid. Harrington remains +7 along with Greg Norman. 1 shot ahead of Ian Poulter.
have to give full attention to this kind of putt. Still very windy on this 11th green, this for a par.
Settled again in that breeze, that gusting wind. Took an age, but took it well. And still they remain locked together as they head to the 12th.
Well, Chrissy Evans said take your as much time as you want. I think he took most of it over that putt. He's frozen. We're going to have to send a SWAT team in to relocate him. Chris Wood on 16. Really play. The performance from both amateurs this week in these conditions. It's not easy. And modern equipment doesn't lend itself to this sort of wind. Balls go high, clubs hit balls higher than they used to. All these players adapting brilliantly to the conditions.
125 yards, just a little bunt with a 7-iron for Ian.
Great shot, uphill putt straight into the wind. See how he pumped there to his caddy. He is so ready. And he's got 2 downwind holes to come. A nice 15-footer up the hill there. There's a crowd all start to filter out to Poulter now. They know he's close. Could this be our first home winner for... It's Paul Lawrie. He came from 10 behind. Ian Poulter started 6 behind. Absolutely brilliant. This nice and calm out there. There's a lot of turmoil on the golf course. People struggling, people not struggling, all trying to win the coveted championship. Go to the 12th tee, Harrington.
It's 12th, scenic par 3, a devilishly difficult par 3. Raised tee, raised green, bunkers waiting. Front left, front right, bit of a drop off, and the wind coming in as it has all week from the right. So the danger zone back left, we've seen bogeys and others. That horrible description for double bogeys and worse coming from there. Harrington was in that trouble long and left yesterday, up on the slope, in all sorts of trouble.
Yeah, it's off the right and helping a little bit, so if you get it going too much with the wind, you can certainly be up on that back left-hand bank again. Going with a 6-iron.
Has he controlled this a little bit better? Yes, he has. Not too bad at all.
So much going through the players' minds. Concentration is crucial. Take your time. Play within yourself. Know what you're doing. Don't rush any decisions. Norman now on 12. Tied for the lead with Harrington. 1 ahead of Poulter. England, Ireland and Australia vying for the championship. Well, that's going to leave him a long, tough putt. And coming back, that's not going to be easy. I'm going to leave you in the capable hands. Wayne Grady, Ken Brown, Peter Ellis.
Thanks, Jesse. As we've seen, Greg, his club selection today hasn't been his best. Now, Wood on 16 for birdie. say 4. Don't think too hard about that one. Handling himself very well today. Peter?
Stenson at the 15th. Long putt, but we've seen him go in. This for a 3. Let's just stir him up a bit. No, it's drifting off. No, it's coming back. Slow it down. Still a good birdie. Very good birdie.
Simon Wakefield, second shot 13. It's a 5-iron. Skip. Just took a hard bounce, but finished nicely.
Green. He had Poulter for a birdie.
Well, Ian must be playing the best golf out on the golf course at the moment. Had a great chance at 13, let one slip at 15. Can he hold this one to tie the lead?
Looks good. Yes. Well now, over the next half an hour, the posturing has to stop. And the old boats have to be slipped to the knees, and can we finish 4-4? And if you do, young man, you might well be the Open champion.
Let's have another look at this. Poulter to tie for the lead. Looks like it's just going to go a bit right. No, he hasn't hit it, and gravity takes over. He's got a long walk back down to the 17th tee to settle himself a little before an important tee shot.
It's a liberal hole, the 17th, as well as offered eagles and birdies during the week. It's been the easiest hole. Poulter, Norman Harrington, 7 over. Anthony Kim and Wakefield at +9. In the clubhouse at 10 over, Jim Furyk. Chris Wood hanging on in there. Ernie Els and David Howell with 2 rounds in the 60s. Both at +12.
Howler will probably be home by now, wouldn't he? Just watching the end of this. Second shot of Norman coming up short on this par 3. He's got a pitch at a few yards on the green. Sit down. 9. There's a misjudgment of the wind and poor club selection on the tee shot.
Well, those of you who were watching earlier saw that wonderful footage of Jimmy Bruin, who I had the privilege of playing with. Nell Bruin, his wife, was watching in Cork, and now she'll be 90 years young this week. Enjoying this. Here's one of yours now. Harrington. Long but up the hill. On its way if it goes. No.
Greg Norman to save par.
Too tight at the top now, it's 7 over.
Let's have another look at this. He had everything in its favour. It looked like it was going to die in the edge. I've seen better putts than, or worse putts than that go in the hole.
Oh, I'm sure that hurt. Anyway, Harrington now, this to save par. A little bit of tension creeping in now.
Well, the next an hour or so is going to be crucial and going to change somebody's life. Not necessarily Harrington, because he's been there before and he's still just coming to the end of his tendency of looking after the claret jug. There's all sorts of ideas are thrown up if you think of any of them, the likely winners. Fascinating.
Well, Simon Wakefield had yet another birdie chance here on 13, and he was a little aggressive again. Had a really good chance of going in. Had a good look at the scoreboard and probably was just trying to force things, which is maybe not the way to approach it on a day like this. But another knee knocker now for par would keep him in touch.
Every single putt he's missed on the right-hand side, Maureen. Pushing his putts from short range.
And it's by such small margins that great championships and tournaments are won and lost. 13th now. This is well, it seems quite an innocuous hole with the wind blowing where it is. You think, well, I can knock it down there and reach the green easily in two, although it's just under 500 yards in length. Fairway is fairly generous. Under these conditions, you're disappointed if you don't get a 4.
Ten bunkers on the 13th, and a fairly generous green.
And yet again, Harrington going with the iron, wind strong off the left-hand side and helping a little bit. And the breeze will be blowing the ball towards those right-hand traps.
Fairway, yes, good.
That was really smarted right out of the centre of the club face. It's the breeze. Tee here and the green there.
Now, I wonder what strategy Norman will employ here. He's taken a driver off many of the tees when I thought another club might have been a little more prudent. This looks like a little baffler, waffler, railer, whatever. One of those cute little clubs, Wayne.
Yes, rescues, whatever you want to call them, but they're in almost every player's bag these days. It's a little easier to get the long irons in the air. Now, Greg needs to start this on the left-hand edge of the fairway. Ride the wind back.
And this week he's been hitting this ball, this club, fairly high, which is not really what you need off this tee.
Is it straight? Oh, shades of Troon. Playoff at Troon, Wayne, when he hit in the bunker on the right-hand side. All the whole of Lancashire on the left. Just snuck in the bunker.
Five iron here, 216 yards. He's got that step to climb where the pin is.
Nicely done. Come on, clamber up, clamber up. Oh, unlucky. Still a super approach. You have that for an eagle.
209 yards back to this flaggy, and Poulter's going to hit it right in the air with a 7-iron. Hopefully the wind from left to right helping him.
He needs 4 good shots, a couple of good putts. Well, there's a bit of good luck there. Looked to be perhaps a club short. He got away with it.
A bit of a Freddie Titmus there, didn't he?
Dear old Fred.
Anthony Kim using one of the rescue clubs on 15, third shot. Kim 2 over today, 9 over. The championship 2 behind. Really needs that putt.
Tremendous ovation for Poulter and Chris Wood.
Just going over the crest of a little rise, Anthony Kim for his birdie. Very awkward pin position there. And just a par.
Not a birdie on his card today, Kim. Stricker.
Holes, Steve Stricker playing with Davis. Love 73 for Stricker. 77, 71, 71, 73. Davis Lover 75. Newson 76. Sergio 78. Not many anywhere near par. Jim Furyk 71.
Well, guys, I'm afraid that Greg Norman is right up against the lip in the trap, so he won't be able to knock it on him too. Harrington, meanwhile, 235 yards away from the hole, going with a 5-iron. Have to land this a long way short of the green and chase it up there.
Doesn't need a soft bounce, needs a little bit of chase. Gets it. Super. Poulter and Harrington. Long putt. Big swing on this, Ken.
Yeah, this is a very tricky putt. It's just going to the crest of the little hill. The first part of the putt, the ball will go to his right, then it should straighten up a bit. Certainly as it's dying, it breaks quite a bit from right to left. This is a high tariff putt.
Well, that's right, Ken, but the further right he hits it, the more it's actually going to break to the left. It's really how brave he wants to go, and all about the pace. All about the pace from here. 2 putts be absolutely what he's looking for.
Not what we were hoping for.
Now Greg Norman's third shot to the 16th, to the 13th, sorry. That's a 6-iron.
Well, I don't know what's gone wrong here. Norman drove in the bunker, could only get out a short distance. Either hit that or just took the wrong club altogether. He's 30, 40 yards short.
Henrik Stenson, 16 to 8. Has he hit it? Yes, he's hit it. Just not the right line. Still not bad. He's got the very reachable par 5 17th to come.
Appear to be calming down a little bit, although the waves are still crashing about on. Here's Chris Wood, the amateurs, the two amateurs who've played so very well here this week.
Well, this is for an eagle to take him within one of the lead. He's come back ever so well, 3 bogeys at the front of this back 9. This for eagle.
Well, no nerves getting a bit raw now. That's a little bit shy. Poulter. 2 good shots onto the green. Not the best of first putts. Greg Norman striding up. I wonder what his thoughts are at this minute, because he's been up and down in this round, got away. But I thought a good start. Beautiful tee shot at the first. Second shot just drifted offline a bit, took 5. Got back into it. And I don't know whether it would have been a romantic thing were he to win. Might still win the championship, of course. So might this fella. He's been threatening to. He played some good golf. But if it's really going to happen, this putt has to go in.
Hold the cameras now, guys. Thank you.
Well, he really has played fantastic golf on this back 9. 2 under he is. So he is winning. He's not waiting for everybody to come back to him. He's setting down his marker. Just going to go a little bit from right to left here. Been holding out well most of the day. And come on, Poulter.
All these little anxious moments always remind me of Doug Sanders at the Open in 1970, all those years ago, when he had the 4-footer on the 18th St Andrews to win the championship. Something, there but for the grace of God, were the words uttered by Henry Longhurst when he missed it.
Just take the lead.
He struck it hard enough, but 3 putts.
Greg Norman's 4th shot now to the par 4 13th.
Was that a mishit, his 3rd shot from the fairway there, Phil?
I think it had to be, yes. With only a 6 iron, I imagine he was going to land it on the front of the green, and it was way short of that.
Well, we were saying on the tee that you'd be very disappointed if you didn't get a 4 on this hole, the conditions that prevail today, and Greg Norman's struggling not to take 6. So his chances appear to be disappearing.
Especially if this one drops for Harrington, this for birdie.
What a putt, Kenneth. Yeah.
What a putt. 3 perfect shots. A smarted iron, long iron off the tip, glorious 5 iron, just shaping into the breeze, and a magical 16, 17 footer.
Yeah, that was a great moment. See, strategy again, iron from the tee, played for position, good second shot into the green, and a beautifully struck putt.
Wood for his birdie on 17. Yes, well done. One to go, 3 down the last. who knows?
Be jumping around in the clubhouse at Long Ashton and Bristol. Remember that for the rest of his life. 3 putts at 17.
Bogey putt. Greg Norman this for a 5. He's holed out well. Bit of the wrong strategy when feels off the tee on occasion. 1 or 2 misdirected shots. But he's certainly not out of it. Strange things can happen particularly over the closing holes of a championship.
Harrington by 1. Nice commercial tee shot. It's a long way back, but on the short stuff.
Well, Ken, if ever he needed a really good tee shot now, winds hard from the left, there's trouble. Under normal conditions, you'd aim it down the left, tee it a bit low and let her float away down there and chase round.
Well, he's driven the ball beautifully on this back 9. He's hit every fairway, not always with the driver, but that wind is straight across from left to right, Peter. Plenty of room on this left-hand side. Bunkers all around.
If he has any tendency is to lose the ball to the right, so require a really good concentrated swing.
Really linked into that, and away she goes, and it's going to be okay.
Hey? It's one of these situations you don't want to be chasing a birdie because a par might yet be good enough. You have to play with a bit of caution.
But you're a golf pro. You always think you need that one better than what you.
Certainly Jesper Farnevik did at Turnberry when he came, you know. He thought the other way. He just looked at school. Anyway, he had the championship in the palm of his hand and just let it jump away. Too much thinking.
Come on, Ian!
Did you ever play in the Carris Trophy, Ken?
Certainly did. My son's playing it next week.
Well, it's at Wallasey Golf Club, and that's the Carris Trophy Boys Amateur between the 21st and the 24th. Now, here we go. Harrington, 14th. No great applause, and I don't know why not. Steady. Right at the target. He's had a few little hiccups and a few strokes of good fortune, but he's played some good shots when needed, Wayne, hasn't he?
Absolutely. He's looked the most solid over the last 2 days in the ball striking department. And there's a look at the breeze on the 14th. The players are back and they're sheltered behind that hill. 3 and 4 irons have been the clubs of choice. Now, come on, Greg. Dig deep.
Yes, he needs something very special to happen now, but he's capable of it. Wind off the right, helping just a little bit. Have to be brave to take on this whole location, but Greg Norman has no choice. He has to go for it now.
Shot, I'm afraid, finds trouble.
Get rid of that.
do that in France by the side of the motorway, you know.
Harrington +6, Poulter on +7 coming up the last hole. Jim Furyk leads in the clubhouse.
Ben Curtis just had a birdie, Ken. He's crept in there and tied for 7th at the moment with 3 holes left.
Stenson 17, second shot. Squeeze this onto the top tier. Make 3.
Club short. Scenes at the 18th, looking back from the clubhouse up the fairway. Amateur player. Just Woods to play. Wood to play first.
223 yards. It's a long way back from that flag. Wind is hard left to right. Not much helping him here at all.
And to keep it low and left and smothered it.
Exactly where Justin Rose hit it. Last time we were here and he holed it from there.
What yardage has Slippery got? Has Poulter got Slippery?
He's got 171 to the front, 190 to the pin. Decent lie here, but the ball's going to be quite a bit above his feet.
Front 72, literally one pitch and just shot that front. Yeah, 70. Well, even, I think actually, if it off the upslope, if it gets up like that, it can get carried the front. Is this enough club off the upslope? No. Just a chippy one with the other one. I think that's what you've got to do, because there's no point in one that just balloons and gets on the wind. See that guy in the yellow, the security officer there? Yeah. That's where you want it coming down. Okay.
Good swing.
He's chosen a 7-iron, Peter, here.
Doesn't seem much, does it? Wind across, 473 yards. Nowhere near enough. Well, they talked about the ball ballooning up in the air and not do this and not do that, then they just went and did precisely that, which I don't understand at all.
And they took that extra club too.
Fourteenth and Norman. Pitching a little bit clean. He's just started to trickle away from Greg Norman. 7 bogeys on the card.
Almost a winner's ovation, Ken.
You never forget coming up the last at the Open when you've got a chance.
Now Harrington. Back at the 14th. 2 putts for a par. Not a million miles, run out of steam.
just trying to have a look to see what like to pitch this little shot.
Greg Norman now for his par on the 14th.
How about that? Come on, Charlie. He's keeping it alive.
He's keeping it alive. Keep the faith, baby. Oh, that's a huge bonus. He's a little fill-up. It's been dribbling away from him over the last 4 or 5 holes.
That's all right, that's all right.
Got a half decent line. Chris Woods.
Very different shot from the one Justin Rose played 10 years ago, again between the bunkers on the left. Wood has to pitch this straight at the flag. And stopped on it. Not bad. Died a bit.
Guaranteed the silver medal. Still the leader in the clubhouse on +10.
Harrington to tidy up on 14. Oh, goodness me. Maybe that's a one-shot lead over Poulter, who's got his difficulties ahead on the 18th. Padraig now has 2 par 5s to come. He is 6 under par on in front of Poulter. Chris Wood, Stenson on 16. Greg Norman, who just made that monster par putt back on 14.
Well, this is an awkward length of pitch shot for Ian Poulter here. Corner of the bunker to go over, and he's going to be landing on a downslope wherever he pitches this one.
Looks as if he's practicing a chip and run. Not a lofty one, left of the flag, a chaser. He is too. Shoulder throws it away left, good from distance. Tricky shot.
Getting a little anxious, Harrington. Tee shot at 15, 2 bunkers down the left. And he's carried. That's a massive hit. My goodness. 265 yards to clear that bunker. And he can reach from there, just about.
Stenson at the 17th for a birdie. Could be.
Stenson back to 8 over par. 2 behind Harrington.
If there should be a playoff, players will go up the 15th, 16th, 17th and 18th, and the one with the lowest score over those 4 holes would be declared champion. It's still tied to go back to the 18th and play to win.
Norman's aiming way right, just like Harrington did, hoping to use the wind just the same. Harrington's ball moved about 50 yards in the air from right to left. That's just the same. That's a great tee shot.
He's almost got it up to the kid.
That's wonderful hitting.
Here we go, Chris Wood for his par. Around a 71. Not to be. That'll be a 5. Round of 72. 10 over total. 290. But that's good enough for the silver medal for Chris Wood. Maybe we'll see more of him in the future. Birkdale has a history of finding some good and great up-and-coming young players. Seve Ballesteros and Justin Rose come to mind.
The other amateur who qualified, Tom Sherrod, also had a 72. So congratulations to the 2 amateurs who qualified, but Chris Wood takes home the silver medal.
So nice. He had his dad on the bag, wasn't it? What a week for his father and son. Tremendous.
Richard, did you say Richard Wood? I know Richard Wood. He's got a very classy florist shop. Well, this is big occasion for Poulter. He certainly covers some territory looking at these putts.
Come on, Ian, pop this one in. He really has played fantastic golf on this back 9. Chances missed at 13, 15, 3 putts at 17. Can he pop this one in for a par 4?
Now he'll sit and wait and see whether that brings him a crock of gold. 34 home, round of 69. One of the very few players under par here today.
Played his last 15 holes at 3 under par. Ian Poulter, tremendous performance.
He's set the mark now, 7 over par in the clubhouse. Stenson with 1 hole to go. Needs 3 to tie him. Back to the 15th.
And we all knew that Greg Norman would be going for this in 2. Although he has to catch all of it. 270 yards, wind off the right-hand side.
Is it helping at all, Phil, or is it just straight across?
It's yeah, if he shapes it right to left, then you can get a little bit extra out of it. If you go dead straight, he might not reach, so he's got to start it down the right edge and hit it with a little draw.
This could have been the best club in his bag the other day on the range. He was just murdering it.
Well, he fizzed it down the right. Came around a bit too much and maybe in the front bunker. That was plenty of club. He could have got on the green.
I was just looking at Greg Norman's body language and it looks as though it probably has gone in the bunker. His sort of head dropped in disbelief.
Well, it's certainly moved a long way in the air. He's got a 30-yard bunker shot left now. Harrington with his deceptive power.
And this is the first time all day that he's been aggressive. From 270 yards.
Online. Only 5 players so far broken the par of 70 today. The sun has shone, but the wind has still been very, very strong. Very difficult conditions.
There's all that talk at the start of the week of Harrington's wrist. He may not play. He only played 9 holes of practice on the Tuesday.
Yeah, do you think people waited till the odds went up and put a bet on him? Maybe. Here's Graham Storm at the 18th second.
Yeah.
7 over par today. So a par at the last for 77.
Just handed a note here to say that if Chris Wood had been professional, he may have won £145,000. I hope he doesn't read that, Peter.
Where would that put him? Whereabouts would he finish with 145,000?
He's 5th at the moment, tied 5th. Now, important shot here for Stenson. Poulter in at 7 over par. Flag very accessible. Wind will help the shot. Flag is back right. The wind's obviously not helping them as much as they think, as it did earlier in the week. It's more off the left. It's quartered a little further around off the left. I think that's why we're seeing the players misjudge the distance on their second shots here on 18.
I asked that last night, but I thought Patrick might win by 3.
With the pin just 6 yards from the right edge of the green, missing on the right. The bunker between him and the cup. Difficult up and down from there.
Well, Greg Norman is in the sand.
He's got a nice lie, but obviously it's not where he wants to be. This shot of round about 30 yards into the wind. But, you know, still got an outside chance to make a birdie if he gets up and down from here.
You've got to be prepared for a mouthful of sand when you've got a shot like this under these conditions. How about that?
It's worth a mouthful of sand, a shot like that.
That was a fine shot.
The clubhouse, Ian Poulter on +7, Harrington 6 over, Stenson coming up the last 8 over, Greg Norman a chance of a birdie here at 15, 9 over par, still got the 17th to come. I think that's going to be a pivotal hole, offers eagles, birdies. Here come the alphabeticals, all the finishing scores.
If you're just coming home from work, it's been a tremendous day here, the last day of this year's Open Championship. Toing and froing all the way. It's not over yet, but still have 2, 3, 4 likely winners. So sit back and relax. Here's Harrington, the defending champion, with 2 putts for a birdie here at the 15th.
Yeah, and Harrington's been playing fairly safe all day, in fact all week, and he was in a similar position on this hole after his tee shot on Friday and opted to go with an iron to play safe. So obviously he thought that this was the opportunity for him to turn things around and start being aggressive. And it's paid off so far, so has this for an eagle putt, but it's a very slow putt back up the hill.
This is a sort of undulating green. It's got a putting surface almost like a sort of badly packed parachute. Lots of humps and hollows.
Thankfully, I've never seen one of those.
Difficult to putt because the last sort of yard or so is very much downhill. You've got to come up a little ledge and it just runs away from you. His touch this week has been pretty darn good, but if this is inside a yard, it's an outstanding putt.
Defending champion Harrington has been here before, handles the pressure very well, but he needs a good touch on this one.
Well, it was a good touch, but he's left an awkward length putt.
'18th now. Stenson will need a miracle. Justin Rose proportion. Ty Poulter. Not really a chance. Disappointing way to end for Stenson.
Back to the 15th. The final pair, Harrington and Greg Norman. And it looks as if it's Norman to putt first. As ever, the scoreboards have been beautifully run here. Schools have been participating for 19 to 20 years. Giggleswick. Haven't seen anyone from Charterhouse around, but they're usually here. Cranley. Tremendous supporters of this championship.
Norman knows the importance of this putt. Have you had a chance to look at the line, Phil?
I actually haven't, no, but it's into the wind, so you can afford to be aggressive on this one. It's certainly not over for Greg. Rolls this one in.
This one a bit more down the hill. Harrington's actually the slightly easier of the two putts. Probably got a touch right to left.
This is for his first birdie of the day, Ken. What a time it would be.
He's holed out magnificent all 4 days. Yeah, you're quite right to puff the old cheeks out. That's a birdie. As Wayne was saying, the first one of the day. 7 drop shots.
Stenson for his par.
Defending champion has this for a birdie. To get to 5 over. Wind left to right. I don't think this is all that easy, Ken. I think it might slide right if he, with the wind and a little bit of slope left to right. I think he's got to be fairly firm in just left to centre, but I never could putt anyway.
Real clutch putt there for Harrington. Got a 2-shot lead.
Harrington trying to become back-to-back winner like Woods in 05 and 06. Watson 82, 83. Trevino 71, 72. Palmer 60, 61. And of course Peter Thompson won 54, 55 and 56. So Join an illustrious group.
He nearly won in 57 and did win again in 58, so he was within a whisker of winning 5 in a row. Stenson finishing off. 71 for Henrik. 76, 72, 70, 71.
Hug from Fanny Suneson.
KJ Choi for birdie on 16 to get back to 10 over. Nicely done for the Korean, 7-time winner on the US Tour. Yes, finally been a tough day for him. Went out at 46 over par, bogeyed 11, so that's his first birdie. Harrington leads by 2. Poulter in the clubhouse. Greg Norman on their way to the 16th tee. Stenson in at 4th. Furyk. Chris Wood, great performance. Ben Curtis, former champion.
Good round from David Haldane. Took 3 from the edge of the last hole at 67. Only 5 players breaking par today.
Well, Harrington on the 16th tee, it's the last hole that's into the breeze, but right now it's mainly off the right-hand side. Last 2 holes slightly downwind off the left. 371 yards today, brought the tee forward just like they did yesterday.
Well, it's all in his hands now. The defending champion is defending quite heroically.
Looked a little anxious to start with, but it's come back on the wind, and that's perfect. He's in the driving seat. It's all his now to control.
We're going between 120 and 125. Yeah, we don't know yet. Too far from the market.
I don't think we expected anything else except a driver, but he will have to start this one pretty much over the crowd on the right-hand side.
That one by him. Not bad for a 53-year-old.
123? I said 123.
Ross Fisher, a little left to right, a 17th eagle chance. All the players just under borrowing that putt, more break on it, short and above the cup than they think. What a performance from Chris Wood, round in 72 today. He's going to finish in the top 5 of the Open Championship.
Isn't it extraordinary? We had Justin Rose 10 years ago finishing in 4th as a 17-year-old. Chris Wood as a 20-year-old going to finish in the top 5. Now, it's not impossible that he might be better than that if Greg Norman should slip up or Padraig Harrington should slip up. That's not looking very likely, and we're certainly not wishing it on them. Anthony Kim rather stumbling home with bogeys at the 16th and 17th. 11 over playing the last. It's really all about these two. Superb finish from Ian Poulter, who is waiting, not talking to anyone before it's finished, just wants to see what happens. Doesn't want to get sucked into any sort of media crush. to wait 60 years for an Irish Open champion after Fred Daly won in 1947. Surely it couldn't happen 12 months later, could it?
Poulter still leads in the clubhouse.
5-19.
You couldn't ask for two better tee shots than we've had on the 16th. Imagine hitting shots like that under these circumstances. 128 yards left for Harrington, 125 for Greg Norman. Green is slightly elevated. Huge stand behind the green. Unbelievable amount of people, both sides. Slightly elevated green. Hitting into the wind off the right-hand side.
What club, Phil?
Happy?
He's going with a 7-iron, 128 yards. Shows how strong the wind still is.
Well, he can carry it all the way. Anything short and right could end up in those two bunkers. Come off the green backwards. Looks very much at ease with himself, Ken.
Yeah, doesn't he, Justin? Another iron shot right out the centre of the club. You know Norman's got to have a cut at a few pins here now, Phil.
Yes, it'd be nice to see if he actually picks the right club. He's just not quite been on his game, even though he's still got a chance of winning this if he pulls off a couple of really good shots. 125 yards. He's also going with a 7-iron.
Yeah, I can hear you, Paul.
Moving hard off the right, just holding a bit of cut spin on it to hold it into the breeze.
Pretty good. Not what he probably wanted, but that's what he's got. So he's still in the hunt. Greg Norman 29 times in the top 10 in majors in his career. Just a phenomenal record.
And of course next week he'll be playing in the British Seniors Championship up at Royal Troon, just near the fair city of Ayr on the west coast of Scotland.
And I hope he's worn out.
KJ Choi with 4-iron at 17.
And there's plenty of hazards lying in wait over the closing two holes here at Birkdale.
Whose turn it is to go first? Not much in it, Phil.
I think they're discussing that now between the two of them. They just had a looked at each other.
Kim on the 18th.
His first taste of links golf. Open Championships. And I think he's a very talented young man from the United States. No birdies today, 5.65 finish, that's miserable. Still a 75. We'll be hearing a lot more from him over the years ahead of that, I'm sure.
Well, looks like Padraig's away. Well, Greg probably would have liked the opportunity to go first. What's this putt do, Phil?
It's going to move just a little bit to the left, going slightly up the hill. And it's definitely very makeable. And if this one goes in, he's looking really good with just 2 holes to go.
Toes it up by the hole side, another par under his belt. Sweetly played hole.
2 more 4s might be good enough, Ken.
I think so.
But you never know.
Currently 3 behind. This would be to get within 2.
Poulter's preparing for the possible chance that there may well be a playoff.
I think he enjoyed coming up that last hole with a big cheer. You know, Poulter the peacock, the feathers were out. He was absolutely
and
laughing
also
out.
to hold the putt was good.
That was stunning.
No good posturing if you can't do it.
Little bit of movement from the left-hand side. I'm just thinking of all the majors he's had almost stolen away from him. Can he turn it around and do the same to Harrington? He needs this one to drop.
It's to turn. Oh, if you'd hit it. It had a chance if you'd hit it. Let's take your time. Okay, for a 4. But it's possible. Difficult, but possible to get a 3, which would be an eagle at the 17th. And although we haven't seen many 3s at the last, again, it's possible.
Fourth for Greg. Walks back to the 17th tee, 3 behind Harrington.
Alexander Norrell, young player from Sweden, 77. Anthony Kim finished up there with the 75. Simon Kahn, a 76. Justin Leonard, 73. But all the focus now is really on the last couple of games.
So we look down the 17th. It's a par 5. The breeze is helping you off the left. 572 yards in range in 2. There's no doubt about that. Here's where all the tee shots have gone. We've seen a couple of eagles. Look, the yellow dots are the eagles. Today there's been 3 of them. 25 birdies, the red dots. Shepherd, Howell and Allenby have made the 3s. Then you play your second shot into a little chute where the green is cut. Undulating green with little swells and runnels. Pin at the back of the putting surface today. 30 centre. It has offered a few eagles. If you can get your tee shot in the right spot, there's still hope for Greg Norman, but the tee shot fraught with dangers.
Yeah, without doubt, nothing but a really good shot will do. If you go too far left, you're in deep rough over to the right hand side, those two traps. There's just no option. This has to go down the fairway. Strong wind from the left hand side.
He's had a few 3-woods, particularly into the left or right winds, and this is what he's got here. Just a little easier to make you draw the ball. But with a 3-wood, he can't carry, or can only just carry that left-hand hump, so he can't afford to pull it left.
I remember when Trevino won here in 71, he put his tee shot on that left-hand bank, which was all loose sand then, horrible place, and it nearly cost him the championship. There's a fair wind whistling across here. It's a little bit of elevation on this tee. I can't see it at the moment, but it's... Oh, there she goes. Oh, perfect.
That was a fabulous tee shot, tight down the left. Cool. Come on, son. Giving this a bit of all. This is going to be a welly.
They don't come much sweeter than what Harrington did, but Norman has to do something special. He's thinking finishing 3-3. And he has been really ripping at some tee shots today. I think this is going to be a big one.
Now then. Skips away and keeps out of the thick stuff. That's good.
Just got through a little bit of lush grass there into the slightly drier grass, so better lie than he could have had.
KJ Choi, this is a birdie up ahead at the green. Yes, KJ, 2 in a row. Took him all day to get warmed up. I know that.
Wakefield, who hits the ball out of bounds. Oh, what a shame. What a shame. 8 to 17. Cruel, cruel game at times. Harrington by 2 from Ian Poulter in the clubhouse. Greg Norman at +8.
Par putt for former Open champion Ben Curtis. Started the week with a triple-double. First 2 holes. That'll be a bogey finish for Ben for around a 75.
Well, he started poorly and finished poorly. If he had pars or 4s in those 4 holes, he'd have been the winner.
Such a simple game when you put it like that, Pete.
Poulter still warming up. Ross Fisher lining up his putt. He's been a little bit shaky coming home, but we hear he's got a putt on the last hole for a 7. He's 12 feet or so away. What a way to end your championship efforts.
We just went from 8 to 39.
8th place to 39. I don't know how he managed to take 8. Must have gone way out to the right, I guess. Well,
Playing along with Ben Curtis, who finished 8th. He's won one Open Championship, had 2 8ths, and missed the other 3 cuts, Ben Curtis. When he finishes, he does well.
Just 2 games left out on the course. Simon Wakefield, KJ Choi, Harrington and Norman. The last pair on the 17th looking over there. Second shots. There's the target.
272 yards remaining for Padraig Harrington, and he's been very aggressive again. He'll have to start this one almost over the crowd on the left hand side. He's going with the fairway wood, and that's probably trying to take out certainly that trap that's 20 yards short of the green, take that out of play. That's about the only place you don't want to be.
Maybe he doesn't know what... Sorry?
That's a smooth one.
Yes.
This is the 5 wood.
Perhaps he doesn't know where he is. He's 2 ahead. This is a bit of a risk in this way, don't you think?
I would have thought so, yes. I mean, he's aiming into the grandstand virtually on the left. 2 shots ahead.
There's some dangers up there on the right, Pete.
Yeah, but there's also danger on the left if you go far enough left. It's on that bank. There's no bank at all. That's a ripper. What do we know? Well, he caught the side of the bunker. He said, we've been really lucky with the Irish today. He was offline a few times early on and found car paths and tricks and walkways and all sorts of things, but he's deserved it because he played with a freedom of spirit and a freshness and an honesty. The others just couldn't compete.
Could be checkmate.
Let's have another look at this. Started it at left-hand side, rode it on the wind, lands just over that bunker. And that's the shot of the week. Shot of the championship.
Aiming at the left-hand grandstand. He's going to try and wriggle it through the gap. Needs a bit of luck.
Hasn't got it. So Harrington at this moment, still a bit of work to do. He's got to complete this hole and the 18th, and the Irish flag is fluttering very proudly, and why not? It looks odds on with Padraig Harrington, the late comer to the professional world of golf, is going to win 2 Open Championships in a row, and that's happened to very, very few players in the history of the game. Certainly the history of the modern game, going back 50 years or more. Go back to Peter Thompson, Arnold Palmer. There's the old Gravery at work. He's given Padraig the prize already. The date and the venue. Some reception, Ken, eh?
And well deserved.
That's tremendous reception. That's the state of play. Harrington 2 ahead. Poulter in the clubhouse. Was on the practice ground probably, but looks as if he's going to be second. May tie with Norman.
Well, there's a bit of mayhem down here on 18. KJ Joy has actually hit 3 balls off the tee. The first 2 both came out here. I haven't been able to hurdle the chestnut fencing to see, but it looks as if he's just in bounds, but I don't know yet if that's his first or second ball. Third ball he did hit down the fairway, but it's going to be a big number here for Choi, his final hole.
I think he was a bit lucky there if that ball was stuck underneath the fence, but he gets a free drop away from that. Look where Norman, there's the lone figure walking back in the right middle of you. See, he's a long way short in 2.
Yeah, I don't actually think he was trying to knock it on the green, to tell you the truth. He was that far short. I know he's misclubbed today, but I can't imagine misclubbing that much. Now he's left himself an awkward shot coming out of the rough.
Might go back. Ian Patterson, our rules man, is here. What's going on here, Ian?
I think he's finished hard up against the out of bounds fence, in which case it would be a penalty draw.
Got a fluffy thing.
Hello? Hello?
Got nowhere near enough.
I know. I'm surprised nobody came.
But this is where it's all happening at the 17th green. After that magnificent result by Poulter's second shot within a few feet of the hole on this par 5, Greg Norman through the back of the green in 3. Greg Norman 8 over at the moment, so 2 putts from here. He will require a 3 at the last to tie with Ian Poulter. If he can't do that, Ian Poulter will be second in this year's championship, providing of course Harrington doesn't make a boo-boo.
I don't think anybody was expecting a shot like that from Harrington. It's the first time I've seen him punch the air. Once he saw that landing and running up the green, even before the ball stopped, he was punching the air. Just knew how good that was. But this quite crucial now for Greg Norman. 53 years old. He'd love to finish second.
Not this would end a birdie at the last. He finished 6 over.
A 5, 2 putts here and a 4 at the last, and he will have a total of 288 for the 4 rounds. Well, if he does knock that in and get a 4 at the last game, 288. The wonderful score, 472 is the equivalent up round here under these conditions.
Particularly the final 2 days, they've been almost cruel at times, especially yesterday.
And now's the time he knows that any chance of winning the Open Championship is gone. It's a great disappointment. He's put up a valiant effort this week, Norman. It's been some wonderful play. I just hope the media are kind to him, Peter, and they don't dwell on past.
No.
On his history of leading major championships.
Well, there's no reason for them to be unkind to him, although I'm sure one or two of them will be, because that is their way. But I mean, a remarkable achievement for Greg Norman to finish wherever he finishes from here down the last hole. An amazing thing, and we'll watch him next week with great enjoyment at Troon for the British seniors.
Downhill of this one, a bit of left to right.
What a lovely moment if this goes in, eh? What a lovely thing. A little diddler 10, a little diddler down the hill.
Yeah, it's downhill, inside left. And an eagle here on day 2.
That's a 4-shot lead for Harrington. I think Poulter can pack his bags. It's a fine effort by him, though. Now, Greg for his part.
They go, just one hole left. It looks like Harrington.
Well, he would have to make the same mistake that Ross Fisher was made at the last. A snowman and 8 for it not to be Padraig Harrington. And KJ Choi obviously is also making a bit of a mess at the last. He is a man of such experience now, it's hard to imagine that he's going to do anything stupid. He did, of course, run up a double bogey 6 on the 72nd hole at Carnoustie last year, finding the burn twice. He just doesn't have to go down the right-hand side here, that's the crucial thing. Would I would guess down the left-hand side, which should take the bunkers out of play.
Just bring those back. Yeah.
And so say all of us. And the crowds have come along. Well, Harrington's in the driving seat. He's on verge, surely, of being crowned the champion. And he won last year with Tiger Woods in the field, and it looks odds on he's going to win this year with Tiger not in the field. The crowds have come. Tiger's been missed, of course he has. You're bound to miss what seemed the best player in the world, but there was no guarantee that he would have won the championship. He's won 3 out of 15. He's only won 2 when away from St Andrews. So the old grave is still at work.
Perhaps looking to see how you spell Harrington.
Well, a lot of letters to put on there. He'd rather be doing Ernie Els, E-Els.
Just doesn't want to visit the out-of-bounds fence down the right here.
Oh, they're quiet. They're very quiet. No need. Oh, no need. He has hit the ball absolutely splendidly when needs call. Actually it looked as if he's enjoyed it. He's looked excited and as if he's enjoyed it. I'm not sure Greg has enjoyed it quite as much today, but I'm sure he'll be 4 here and he will be very happy, more than happy with his performance this week.
Down the right side there, got a view right up the slope of the green, best angle to get at the flag.
Just look at that blue sky. Go back 72 hours, it was all grey and awful. But it's been a good championship, Wayne.
It has been magnificent. Even though the scoring's been high, the quality of the golf has been great. And it's been a challenge, and the players have played some really good golf, some fantastic golf.
Well, this is for a 7 for KJ, for a round of 78. And that's been the story of his day. His challenge to be the first Asian winner of a major never really materialised, with 7 bogeys in the first 11 holes, but an expensive out of bounds, and then a dropped shot, a penalty drop off his provisional, added up to an 8.
To Simon Wakefield. Disappointing closing score, back nine 43 rather than 79, but a week for him to remember. Didn't forget that scene ever. Just about sneaking the top 20.
Well, my heart told me it would be lovely, delightful if Greg Norman won. But my head told me that this man was favourite setting out today as he looked at the challenges and who had done what and the way they were playing, despite the dramas of the injured wrist at the beginning of the week. Would he play? He's only played 9 holes. Practice certainly hasn't shown any serious problems or had any problems with the wrist this week, thank goodness.
From our vantage point here in the commentary box, Peter, looking straight down the fairway, I've never seen a gallery as big as this. It's just a wonderful sight.
Yes, it is. It's just magnificent. Of course, the players, when the players come up on the green, on occasions the crowds are let loose to go down the fairway. It looks as if they're not going to allow that this year. There's an awful lot of stewards down the side of the fairway. They may just let them cross the fairway when the players are on the green. But I'm just hoping that both these players will finish with crisp shots onto the greens, a couple of nice putts.
Abby?
Special. Oh, wouldn't that be lovely? I remember that very well. And Peter Thompson, both of them. The wind was coming straight into their faces when Watson hit the 2-iron, straight between the bunkers to within about 20 feet of the hole. Can Harrington do the same? So missing the bunker in the front of the green. It is there. How about it? He's just a show off. Wonderful.
Breathtaking sliding over these closing few holes. Every iron flush.
To be able to enjoy the walk down here with a 4-shot lead, unlike last year when it was painful to watch his finish.
Oh, come on, Greg. Let's see you fire one right at that yellow flag. And you deserve a great ovation, which I know you're going to get, both of you. It'll be perhaps just a little bit louder for Harrington, the defending champion, has defended.
Birdie for Norwood with time for second place. maybe his birds will have a place to play for another year.
Wow, as they say, Ken, eh? How about that? That was a marvellous reception for some very entertaining play under very difficult conditions. Absolutely stunning. The way Harrington played these last few holes. Greg Norman next needs to get down to 2 from the bunker for 76. Very happy Harrington, waiting for the little ones to run on the green. As Ken was saying, we got the jug back so we can put more ladybirds in it. Come on now, Greg.
Pop it in the hole.
Chris Evett.
Greg Norman will, if he does not hold this, Putt will tie with Henrik Stenson. Stenson in at 9 over. That's about it. I don't think there's anyone else snuck in there. Well, that's whatever happens, whether he 1 putts or 2 putts, it's been a remarkable week for Greg Norman. Chris Evett. This is Norman. This is a weird putt from here, Ken. You think it's going to dive one way, and then it doesn't seem to want to do anything other than its own thing. Five to finish.
Everybody's proud. Well done, Greg. A splendid effort.
Yes. far away from a tear in the eye. Some rather masochistic way, I think he's enjoyed it. You can roll this one in. Kieran and Patrick, Harrington's children, watching Dad. Well, no real anticlimax. Finished 3-4. Harrington the champion.
Couldn't happen to a nicer bloke. Champion performance.
Poulter 69, only 6-7 players managed to break the par of 70 here today. The weather has been very cruel. A couple of days it was certainly cruel, today difficult, but we've seen some cracking play, some wonderful sportsmanship, and a worthy champion.
Oh, no doubt about that. Tremendous performance from Chris Wood, the amateur. He takes the silver medal. Bad luck to Ian Poulter, which held that real clutch putt at the 18th. It's been a terrific week's golf, Wayne.
It's been outstanding, and what I imagine if Harrington hadn't have hit off this week. I mean, it's incredible to think that he almost didn't play, but he's defended his title. Greg Norman was the story for most of the week.
Well, what a finish. Absolutely defending his title in style. Peter Allis was talking a little earlier on about defending the title. Of course, Tiger Woods did it in 2005 at St Andrews, in 2006 in Hoylake. The previous occasions to that all involved Birkdale, funnily enough. Watson won at Troon in 82 and 83 at Birkdale. Trevino won at Birkdale in 71 and again then in 72 at Muirfield. Palmer won here in 61 and then in Troon in 62. Peter Thompson started the run of 3 victories here in 1954, Birkdale, St Andrews and Hoylake. And before that, Bobby Locke, the great South African, won at Royal St George's in 1949 and Troon in 1950. Tremendous battle from Ian Poulter. Poulter came home in 34 for his 69 to set the target, but in the end Harrington winning very comfortably. Successful defenders prior to that were Walter Hagen in 1928 and 29, winning at Royal St George's and Muirfield, and then before that Bobby Jones in 26 and 27 at Royal Lytham and then at St Andrews. Well, we really have seen the most thrilling afternoon. Congratulations to Chris Wood, who in the end finished in a tie for 5th with Jim Furyk. as the leading amateur. He'll get the silver medal. It's correctly called the Golf Champion Trophy First Amateur. That's what's engraved on it. It was initially awarded to Frank Stranahan in 1949. That was the first year the silver medal was given. Frank Stranahan, the American, won it the following 2 years, in 50 and 51, and then again in 1953. And Thomas Sherriard will also get a bronze medal for playing on the final day. All amateurs who play on the final day get a bronze medal. Two 20-year-old amateurs who really did show their worth. This most demanding of weekends, but rather special really, in that we had blue sky in the end on both days, extensive blue sky and just a very strong wind, and it has found the best players in these conditions, the players who can manufacture shots, use their imagination, visualize. I was lucky enough to, on Wednesday afternoon, I happened to be walking the last 6 holes with Greg Norman and walked down between these stands, which were virtually empty that day, and we talked about it, what it was like, and he was remembering the feeling of walking down here on a Sunday afternoon when you've got the Open trophy in your grasp, and there's nothing like it. So it's a great thrill to be able to do it in that situation. Of course, is something that's reserved only for the very few. There's grandstands full and a mass of people all around. Once again, Royal Birkdale has proved a wonderful setting for the 137th Open Championship, the 9th time that it's been played here. Mark O'Meara was the champion 10 years ago when he beat Brian Watts in a 4-hole playoff. Ian Baker Finch, of course, won it in 1991. See you at Turnberry. Yes, that's where it is next year, up the Ayrshire coast, not very far away from Troon, where the British Seniors Championship is being played next week. Turnberry, which has recently changed hands. The ownership has changed hands. And that will be another spectacular setting, no doubt. So, Greg Norman won in 1986. I wonder if he'll be back and doing the same thing again next year. Greg Norman has been so instrumental in the development of the European Tour, and continues to be
on Wednesday,
so.
you didn't even think you'd be able to defend your title, never mind win it. Tell us your emotions right now, and what this moment means to you.
Well, when you look back at it, obviously there was a case on Wednesday that it looked like I'd be able to see it up.
The final tournament of the season is played there next year, November. Extraordinary week though, when you think that there was so much doubt on Wednesday afternoon and evening as to whether Padraig Harrington would play at all. He had a few full starts to practice rounds. Had to go back in again to get treatment. Went round just chipping and putting for the most part. Got through Thursday in really difficult conditions. There was just one moment when he was in thick rough and seemed to hurt his wrist, but apart from that, hasn't been a problem at all. I think once he was up and running, got the confidence of playing, so nothing but the finishing line. It really has been a blessing that the rain has stayed away, and having bright sunshine, of course, has made the pictures so much more beautiful. These strong winds and rain really would have been verging on impossible, I fear. Congratulations to all the many volunteers who've done a splendid job here. They've been, certainly in my experience, unfailingly charming and cheerful and helpful. Not always the case. Well done the Fleet Air Arm, who've been marshalling down the 18th. The Royal Navy. So the presentation party just about prepared on the 18th. Nick Faldo is going to be absolutely delighted with this result, because of course it's going to leapfrog Padraig Harrington into his Ryder Cup team. He was outside the standings up until this point, having had, well, only a so-so year thus far. But no doubt about his participation now, and shouldn't need a captain's pick. Harrington's been a marvellous Open champion. Peter Dawson, the chief executive of the RNA, has been eulogising about what a wonderful job he's done, and he's undertaken all his sometimes onerous duties with a smile and a great readiness, and I'm sure everyone will be delighted that he's going to have another 12 months of owning that jug. I wonder what Padraig will give his venerable coach Bob Torrance this year. The two of them have spent hours and days and weeks alone up in Largs, not very far from Troon actually, up on the Ayrshire coast, sometimes in foul conditions, and Bob will stand out there happily all day long, wrapped up with his flat cap on, getting his man to hit the ball the way he wants him to. And when Harrington won last year, he very generously gave him a beautiful Mercedes car. Perhaps it'll be a Rolls Royce this time, who knows. Well, it's a clubhouse that not everybody loves. It's in the Art Deco style, built in 1935. But it's certainly very distinctive. You know you're at Royal Birkdale, club that was founded on the 30th of July 1889. George Lowe was the original architect all those years ago. It's been used for the Ryder Cup a couple of times, back in 1965 when the United States were the easy winners, 19.5, 12.5. Then in 1969 when there was that famous 16-all draw when Jack Nicklaus gave Tony Jacklin a half at the last. I'm sure you wouldn't miss it, Tony, but I'm not going to give you the chance to. Those classic great moments of sportsmanship. Quite sure what the delay is, but we seem to be getting close to presentation time. Everybody waiting. The cameraman who will be responsible for the headlines tomorrow. You can be sure that the Irish press in particular will be full of it. Front page news. Claret jug, which Padraig Harrington has often had on his breakfast table to wake up to every morning to remind him of the achievement, is more correctly known as the Golf Champion Trophy. It's made by Mackay, Cunningham and Company of Edinburgh, hallmarked in 1873. The first Open champion to receive the trophy was the 1873 winner Tom Kidd, but then Tom Morris Jr.'s name was added to it as the 1872 winner. Here comes the presentation party. Well, this normally happens rather quicker. I'm not sure what the delays. The RNA are normally pretty efficient at getting this all lined up. There's the Chief Executive of the Royal and Ancient, Peter Dawson.
Colonel.
Congratulations to the Royal Birkdale Golf Club, who've done a wonderful job in preparing the course, which has won plaudits from everybody. Congratulations too to the championship committee for really being very sensible in the way they set the course up over the weekend, when we have had problems with balls moving, but they've managed to keep play going, and they've got it finished in time and produced a truly memorable championship. So I think it's time for the presentation ceremony.
Ladies and gentlemen, Michael Brown, Chairman of the R&A Championship Committee.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us for the prize giving and to welcome our champion. Before we do, I must thank Royal Birkdale Golf Club for allowing us to stage the championship on their wonderful links, which have once again proved to be a fitting test for the world's best. In doing so, I particularly thank their course manager, Chris Whittle, and his team, who have produced the course in quite splendid condition, which has been appreciated by the players all week. We could not stage the championship without the help of our army of volunteers who undertake a variety of jobs with great enthusiasm. My thanks to you all for sticking to your tasks this week with such good humor. But most of all, our thanks go to you, the fans, who have come in such great numbers all week to support the players. You have endured some fairly rough weather, but you have created the atmosphere on which these players thrive. Thank you all for coming and supporting. Finally, I would just like to congratulate all our competitors whose tenacity in displaying their skills during a difficult week has to be admired. And now I will ask Peter Dawson to announce the prize winners and the captain of Royal Birkdale, Dennis Watson, to present the trophy. Thank you.
The leading amateur and winner of the silver medal from Long Ashton is Chris Wood. And the runner-up and winner of the silver salver is Ian Poulter. And ladies and gentlemen, with a score of 283, the winner of the gold medal and the champion golfer of the year is Padraig Harrington.
Hold on to this. Captain of the RNA. Firstly, I'd like to thank the RNA. I had a great year as the Open champion, so much so I didn't want to give it back. I don't know how long I can keep this up, but back to back, I'm thrilled to have done it, and I've got to thank the RNA for all the effort and work they put into running a championship like this, and golf in general. They do put the money made this week to great use. I was here on Sunday for the World Junior Open, and to see the kids from just about every country in the world there was a fantastic insight to the work that the RNA do in golf. I'd like to congratulate Royal Birkdale Golf Club. This golf course was in the best conditioned golf course, let alone links golf course, you could ever imagine. It was a superb test during the week, and it's a true credit to the members and the staff of Royal Birkdale for the condition they had it in this week. Thank you. I'd like to congratulate Chris Wood, tremendous score this week. I'm sure we'll see more of you in the future, maybe as a professional, but great going this week. Well done. I'd like to congratulate Ian. He pushed it very close today. Both myself and Ian have done ourselves favours for the middle of September. We were thinking we might have a week off. Well done, Ian. I'm quite enjoying this. I don't think I'll get down off the stage. I'd like to thank Greg Norman. He was a tremendous... He was a true gentleman to play golf with today. His sportsmanship on the golf course is second to none. I'm sure it was a tough day for him. It looked like it was going to be his story this week, and as things went away, his demeanour and his response to all my good shots on the golf course was just tremendous. He's somebody that you could only look up to. Thank you, Greg. I'd like to thank and congratulate all the marshals. Their work was tremendous this week. They did have to do a lot of ball spotting for everybody, so it was a tough week. They did a great job, a lot of moving around, so thank you very much. I would love to thank all the spectators who came out this week. I had just a fantastic week here in Liverpool. I do have to tell you too, the comments I heard during the week. Yesterday after a double bogey the 12th, I was walking down the 13th and a guy leaned over and he tapped my shoulder and he says, "Don't worry about it, I have to go back plumbing on Monday." and today I was walking a couple of times, and the same gentleman I was walking by a couple of times and he says, "Go on, Paddy, you're a Scouser now." So I've had a great time here. I've had some fantastic support from everybody here. I don't think I've ever had this support that I've had here this week, so thank you very much to everybody.